Ready to go. Welcome to the February Ordinary Council meeting of Dubbo Regional Council. I advise that this meeting is being streamed live to the internet. All those present should refrain from making any defamatory statements, and upon joining these online meetings you accept the condition that your image may be recorded and streamed to the internet, as well as being retained in the archive of the recorded council meetings and standing committee meetings. I now open the February Ordinary Council meeting, the time being 5:30 p.m. Councillor Butler for the prayer, please.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much for this day. We thank you, Lord, that you've brought us together again, and we've got many weighty issues on our agenda. I pray, Lord, for your wisdom right now, and that you would give us all unity. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Amen. Acknowledgement of country, Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yirdumarang, Yunubam. I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the lands of the Waterway people, and would like to acknowledge elders past, present and emerging, and hope that our meeting today brings us great positive outcomes, and I'll leave it at that. Mendengu. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wells. Item CCL 25/14 is the leave of absence. I have received an apology from Councillor Ryan. Can I have someone move that Councillor Ryan's request for a leave of absence be approved, please? Moved Councillor Toynton, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Thank you. Any discussion or debate, councillors? There being none, I'll now move that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? None. Motion carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/15 is conflicts of interest. Do any councillors have conflicts they wish to declare? No. We move on to public forum. Item CCL 25/16, public forum. I'll now run through the rules of public forum. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to speak. When you come forward to speak, please state your name and the item you are speaking to. When you have 30 seconds remaining, you'll hear a bell, and at 5 minutes, the bell will ring multiple times, the microphone will be turned off, and your speaking time will conclude. Registered speakers will be asked to speak first, followed by members of the gallery who may also wish to speak if time allows. Gallery members should refrain from any disruptive behaviour, including clapping, jeering, or calling out. I'll now call the following registered speakers. First of all, we have Mr. Ian Parks on the Fowler steam engine, please.
Afternoon, councillors and committee members. I'm Ian Richard Parks. I've got many hats on in town. I'm tied up with the museum, the Rotary Event Committee, the Wellington Historical Association, and a few other little snippets around town. I'm talking on the Fowler. Council are passing some proposals on the management of the machine. It is, to my knowledge, it's been listed by New South Wales State Parliament as a state significant item. So it's looking after, and history to Wellington has been brought before the New South Wales State Parliament, and it's been listed. I feel that council with the I'm a bit lost. Their proposal to manage the machine within the community is a very good idea, and that they will train operators. But I feel that to have the community still linked with the machine and have a Friends of the Fowler committee set up, if possible. With the museum, nothing's been ratified at meetings, but we have discussed the use of the machine for the vintage fair and storage, and we were wondering if the asset could be linked to the museum as a draw card for the town and left in the area. But major construction work would have to looked into at the museum site at the old police station, and it is listed as a cultural and significant place in town as well, so all this will have to looked into. The premises over the time was modified. from right through from the 1850s, 60s by Public Works and the Police Department, and the layout of the building and modifications were done to the structure. And the yards were modified throughout the life of the police station until their departure in 2002. These modifications resulted in structural demolition of what were existing components such as some sections of the jail wall, the women's exercise yard, kitchen, laundry, storeroom and guard tower. And there were modern additions in the main building that were added after these demolitions. The Historical Society would like to utilise the facility to display to the community the collection which has been entrusted to them to show the history of this area. We have to lock into a lease. We're still trying to negotiate that with council. So hopefully after this meeting we can do some more talking about the terms which are put towards in the draft lease. There are some issues that we find confronting which seem to me weren't discussed prior to the draft lease being drawn up. It seems a bit contradictory. No, I just thank you for your time, and hopefully the asset goes forward for Wellington and it shows, and for Dubbo as well, and the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Are there any other members of the public who wish to address council? Come up to the microphone. Mr. Mark Conn, state your name and what you want to speak about, and then your 5 minutes will start. Thank you.
I'm Mark Conn. I've decided to bring back your Christmas present. If some of you councillors saw your emails today that I sent, this is what we're driving over. This was before Christmas. My wife rang up to get something done about the road, and nothing's been done about it, and no one wants to do anything with it. And you can have these back again. Thank you very much. The damage to the windscreen, the tyres. She's had 3 flat tyres in 2 days and on weekends, and it's absolutely disgusting. I've just had enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Yes. Come forward, state your name and the topic. Thank you.
My name is James Brown, and I'd just like to go to what we were talking about before about the museum. I'm thoroughly amazed, at what stuff is around that we'll go to this museum if we make it worthy of people wanting to leave things there. I've spoke to people and seen their collections, and it would rival anything I've ever seen anywhere in Australia as an Australiana stuff. And I think that everything we can do towards a museum will definitely work out where people volunteer stuff and leave it to the museum. But right now, I just think that it needs more. It's worthy of more. There's a lot more to it, but that's all I just wanted to say that, okay? So thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. McDonald, please step up to the microphone, state your name and the topic, and your 5 minutes will begin.
Before I start, I had contacted council to be registered as a speaker this morning and filled in the form and sent to Sue Wade.
That'll be right. We'll take care of that. So, name and topic in 5 minutes. Thanks.
Mr Mayor, councillors, council staff, members of the public, my name is Margaret McDonald. I'm president of Dubbo Environment Group, and I will be addressing agenda item CCL 25/31, control of pest birds. Dubbo Environment Group has run the Dubbo Indian Miner Control Program for almost 3 years now and eliminated 4,900 Indian miners, at least, that have been reported from the Central West. We are very aware that feral birds are a problem in this council's LGA, and we thank Councillor Toynton for this motion. Support for our work would be gratefully appreciated. Applying for grants is extremely time-consuming and, more often than not, unrewarded. New South Wales invasive species funded us in 2022 and 2023, but not in 2024 and 2025. To continue in the way that we are continuing without expanding the program or progressing it further, we estimate would require as little as $3,000 a year because of all the volunteers that we have. The Indian miner, if the feral bird, if allowed to proliferate, will deplete our native bird population drastically. It is credited with causing Pacific Island birds to becoming extinct. They take over other bird nest sites, they kill the fledglings and get rid of their eggs, and then they chase away the parents. They also outbreed our native birds by laying up to 23 eggs per pair per season. In a large flock, they then drive all other birds away, even currawongs and large hawks. I've seen them do it. People of all political persuasions hate this bird. It's not just me, being a greenie, that's pushing it. They hate that their nest boxes have been taken over, that their parrots, rosellas and finches have disappeared, that their horses are covered in shit, that their dog, cat and chook food is being eaten. We are a feral bird paradise in rural New South Wales. Sydney is doing nothing with their feral birds, but here we have grain silos, abattoirs, school ag farms, farms feeding domestic animals, takeaway outlets and large shopping centres. We think that because we are such a broad community group, and as I say, all political persuasions hate this bird, that council could devise a strategy where volunteers would readily help with any strategies. We know that in the past, council has used contract pest management businesses where they've closed down the streets and allowed them to shoot pigeons. We don't find that shooting is efficient or economical because it just shoos the feral bird away and they come back later. What we would advise if we were asked, because we know people that have built traps for pigeons and for starlings, that consistent trapping would be a method which would be successful. We ask that council strongly considers our future livability, our health, our environment and our amenity in voting for this pest bird control report. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. There's still some time remaining. Are there any other members of the public gallery? Yep. Just state your name and the topic and then your 5 minutes will begin.
Good evening. My name's Noreen Reeves. I live in Mumble. A couple of you may know me because I wear a few hats. It's in support of Margaret's pest control. When I moved to Mumble 9 years ago, I counted 57 different varieties of birds. I am not a bird watcher, not as such. You wouldn't pick me as one. Yes, I can say it's a magpie, a currawong, a sparrow. Yes, I know Indian miners. I moved up here from Warrington in Penrith, where we were catching roughly 15 miners every single day. We gave up counting when we'd caught 6,000 in less than 7 months. That's Sydney for you. They don't care. They are as prolific down there as what the bin chickens are, as what pigeons are becoming up here. Everywhere you look. Even the Woolies everyday insurance ad with Bruce under his car has a couple of Indian miners up on that house gutter. And it's just accepted as normal. It's not good enough. My last bird count, and I do that every year and have done for the last 10 or 12 years. My last bird count came down to 17 birds, different varieties of birds. Now, I participate in the catching program. I'm a great believer in it. I saw my first Indian miners at Mumble in 2020. I got my first trap in 2021. It lasted until a cat got in there, wanted the food. Feral cats, they're another one. Having said that, we replaced it with a PG trap from Margaret's group, and I've had a lot of success. We still have a flock out there of roughly 100. That's a little village of 262 inhabitants. And there are 100 miners this year. By the end of this 2025, I expect that number to blow out hugely. I can't catch them all on my own. There needs to be a proper program put in place to encourage ratepayers, residents, to get a trap, to catch them, to keep their own food supplies for their domestic dogs, cats, chooks, whatever, out of the way of the feral birds, because they will always follow the food. As I said, there needs to be a proper program put in place to actually eradicate them from our area. They come through on trucks. That's their preferred form of transport. Whenever you have a truck, you have an inlet for Indian miners to come in and take over every one of our native birds. And that's not a good look for a Dubbo at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yes, come up. Same deal. State your name and the topic and your 5 minutes will begin. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Parks. Just wanted to do some elucidation and clarification of what my husband was talking about. In reference to the Fowler engine, it's seen as a highly significant historical item for Wellington. Previously, it has been stored with Jamie and Deirdre Gersbach, who unfortunately are no longer with us. It has then since been moved, my understanding is, up to council. What we are looking at is an item that is a significant draw card for the Wellington community. It is always out at Vintage Fair and other major events. The issue at the moment is we no longer have people within the community who are certified to actually be able to run it. But that does not mean we do not have interested people within this community that do not wish to lose this item. The Historical Society have debated long and hard. They have come up with potential methodologies of being able to store the Fowler engine on the historical site, which is what my husband was attempting to refer to when he was speaking. Problem is, obviously, that will regard significant funding. As somebody alluded to earlier, yes, grants are out there. However, I do all the grant applications for the Vintage Fair and everything else through Wellington Rotary, and I know how significantly difficult they are to actually achieve grant funding. They're not very easy to do. I recently just did one and we've missed out because our event is 2 days earlier than what it's meant to be. However, you are looking at a dedicated community. You have a dedicated group of people who still wish to have the Fowler as a significant part of our history and our heritage. We have volunteers and individuals who are willing to pay for themselves to go and gain the training, which initially you're looking at $1,500 to get a steam ticket, but then you actually have to then get another ticket on top of that to enable you to actually functionally drive the Fowler at any event. It's not just limited to Wellington. I know the Fowler engine previously has made it to the Dubbo Truck Show. It was an agreement between the two preceding councils. So I would ask you please to consider. You have a number of members within this town, my husband being one of the leading ones, John Preston I know is another member. They wish to have council consider ways and methodologies of keeping the Fowler engine as part of the Wellington community. The Historical Society have been looking into the front section. If any of you are aware of where the current museum now resides, at the old police station, there is a significant front section out there which at the moment is simply being used by the Bamara workers to park their cars. There is a possibility you could look into having the Fowler park there with cover, so it is protected. It has to be. But if you have it as roller doors at the point in time when the museums are open with the volunteers, you can open it up. So therefore it becomes available for the public and a draw card for the museum. Again, what my husband was trying to mention to you, the changes and everything that are taking place to require for the museum to become functional within itself, excluding bringing the Fowler engine in, you only have volunteers. The amount of money which is brought into the museum on a regular basis is simply through people who come and visit, which at the moment you're looking at $5 an adult. Families are, I think, at like $15. It's not a significant amount. The proportion of research which is done, again, I know the cost for research has increased, but none of this, absolutely none of this is a significant enough amount of money to be able to fund what is needed. But it doesn't mean you don't have people within this town who do not want this to occur. We are looking at ways and means. We just need council to consider how we can go about this, consider that we have local people who are willing to pay their own personal money to get their tickets, to get trained at significant cost to themselves because they wish to have the Fowler remain. You have a very dedicated museum committee who will still go through all the grant processes and everything else in an attempt to try and get funding, but we have perhaps methodologies of how we can achieve this. We just need council support to come behind and acknowledge that we have significant members within our community who are willing to step up and work very hard to keep this engine within our community and formulate it in as part of our museum and historical society. Thank you.
Thank you. There are still a couple of minutes left if anyone else from the public gallery wish to speak. Same deal, just state your name and the topic and your 5 minutes will begin.
Thank you. My name is Ian Reinpage from Dubbo. I'm here with Margaret McDonald who asked for support for the Indian minor bird trapping. I'm one of the volunteers that go around and check the traps out, replenish the food and water and remove any birds that we catch. That's all. I just thought I'd just advise you that there is a few of us in Dubbo that are doing it voluntary. I've taken the traps out to Gilgandra, Yamunjeri, Wellington here to the Protection Centre, and I do that purely voluntary. So just a bit of assistance would be quite helpful to the Indian minor bird. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public gallery? No, that will conclude public forum. Thank you. The next item is item CCL 25/17, confirmation of minutes. This is for the proceedings of the ordinary council meeting held on 21st of January 2025. Do I have someone to move those, please? Councillor Cowley, seconded by Councillor Toynton. Thank you. Councillor Cowley, would you like to speak to that? No. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, all those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? I declare the motion carried unanimously. Mayoral minutes. Item CCL 25/18, Waterway Safety Program. I move the following mayoral minute. It is 1. That Dubbo Regional Council notes the tragic passing of Taonshe Latroy Shivaku, who drowned in the Macquarie River at Sandy Beach, Dubbo on 3rd of February 2025 and express our deep sympathy to the family and friends of Latroy. 2. That Dubbo Regional Council notes the enormous outpouring of community support at the vigil held at Sandy Beach on the evening of the 6th of February 2025. 3. That Dubbo Regional Council discuss with the Shivaku family regarding their desire for an appropriate memorial to Latroy at Sandy Beach. 4. That the CEO provide a report back to Council on appropriate safety measures that could be implemented at Sandy Beach to reduce the risk of future drowning incidents and investigate any suitable water safety programs that can be provided to schools within the LGA to assist with educating students in river safety and options for delivery. I've moved that. Just very briefly on that, the community were very saddened to hear of the recent tragic drowning of Latroy. As I said, I'd like to offer Latroy's family our sympathies from Council and also ascertain their desire to have an appropriate memorial installed at Sandy Beach. And if this is something that they would actually like to do. There was well over 1,000 people there at the vigil some weeks ago, and it can become a place where family and friends can go to reflect and remember. The community are drawn to the river for recreational activities, and the dangers of such activities are not always immediately obvious to those swimming. This recent tragedy has highlighted the need for water safety education in places with inland waterways that are used for recreation. It is important that schools in our LGA have access to waterway safety programs that can be delivered to students in order to help educate, improve safety around recreational use of inland waterways that we live around here. And one of the bodies that delivers that is the Royal Life Saving Society. So basically all that I've said there, any opportunity for an appropriate memorial, discuss that with the family, but also council to liaise probably with Royal Life Saving Society about their ability to provide a waterway safety program in schools to help increase the knowledge of the dangers of swimming in the river so we don't see a tragedy like this occur again. Any debate, councillors? Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Not a debate, but basically supporting the, it's not a motion, it's supporting what you're saying. I think that what we do need to do as council is support the family through the plaque, the memorial, that, or whatever, however they would like to do that. I do know families that are really in a challenging situation when things like this happen, and hopefully we will be able to do that. But in terms of the waterways safety, there is definitely not enough safety messaging out there for people to about swimming in the river. We all know that there's been many deaths, sadly, over years down there. And whilst we want to see our community enjoy the river, it's really important that we have that there are services that are providing appropriate safety messaging. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I'll happily support this, but I suppose just 2 points that I wanted to raise. And the first one is that whilst I understand this is a tragic incident that occurred in our river, there's a lot of tragic accidents that occur around our LGA, and placing plaques at the foot of each of those is obviously something a bit difficult for council to manage. Obviously, there's a precedent here because we do have a plaque that already commemorates is there to remember the lives of people lost at that weir, which was replaced a number of years ago, of course. So certainly being a bit selective as to how we do this without setting precedent to have plaques all over the LGA for such tragic accidents is something to think about. The other thing I wanted to mention is with respect to this, that the council that we be careful that we're not the provider of this education, we're a facilitator of it. And your comments, Mr Mayor, with respect to contacting a third party and engaging on their services to provide that sort of education is obviously something I'm in support of, as opposed to utilising council services to deliver the program themselves. So, but I'm happy to support it on the basis of your comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, debate? There being none, just very quickly in reply, thank you for those comments. Yes, a plaque or memorial would in itself serve as a reminder to, or a warning really, to those using Sandy Beach. It'd be something that instead of having a great big tin sign up, people would see it as they go down. Should that be the family's wishes and something that could be accommodated by council, that'd have a dual purpose. I was thinking it's probably a bit less in your face than a great big sign. And also, yeah, well, council aren't really, it's not our remit to provide water safety programs, so a report back looking at the options for that, but especially the Royal Life Saving Society big into that. Councillors, I will conclude there. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against, I declare that carried unanimously. The next item is item CCL 25/19, cost shifting onto local government. Councillors, I move that mayoral minute, and this came from the Local Government New South Wales Association, and it says that, one, the recommendation that council receive and note the findings of the LG New South Wales cost shifting report for the 2021-2022 financial year, and two, that a copy of the cost shifting report be placed on council's website so that our communities can access it until the 30th of June 2025, and three, that council write to the Premier, the New South Wales Treasurer, the New South Wales Minister for Local Government, seeking that they urgently address cost shifting through a combination of regulatory reform, budgetary provision and appropriate funding. Councillors, this comes from conversations and a campaign that the LG New South Wales organisation are running to really highlight the cost shifting onto local councils from especially to state government but also to federal government, and what we can do to try to stem the flow of the cost shift onto us, because we have to provide more and more services with less and less, and it really does strain our budgets. So there's a coordinated campaign from Local Government New South Wales to really highlight this to residents and ratepayers and really put the pressure back onto, in this case, the state government to really say, well, all right, if we're going to cost shift onto you, then we need to provide more money for you to actually provide that service rather than just hitting ratepayers. So we know that it's a problem balancing our budgets at the moment and providing the services that we do whilst maintaining our assets and doing asset renewal, and that's only made harder and harder every year by cost shift onto us as a council from the state and the federal government. So that's what's behind this, part of the broader campaign run by LG New South Wales. Thank you. Any debate, councillors? Councillor Cowley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just interested to know if in the combination of the emergency services levy, the pensioner rate rebate, the 50% cost of library operations, only the promise of 50% and only 8% being covered. Is there any figure on the actual cost to Dubbo ratepayers of that breakdown? Is there a breakdown there? And also, I note that private schools, churches and government organisations, for example, don't pay rates. Does that exempt all those entities from all council charges and fees?
I'll pass on to someone of much more knowledge than myself, the CEO.
I'll have to take that on notice in terms of the quantum, specifically for Dubbo Regional Council, be able to get some of that fairly easily. And there's another, at the federal level, there's a discussion around councils used to get around 1% of taxation value, and now we get less than 0.5% as well. So that's through the mechanism typically of the financial assistance grant. So there's this gradually either increasing across subtly and reducing income as well. No, if they don't get excluded from fees and charges. Rates is very different under legislation to fees and charges. So if a group from the various ones you've mentioned booked a theatre or a room in the Civic Centre, etc., they would pay that fee and charge. It's the rates that they're exempt on as landowners. We'll add community housing providers are also exempt from paying rates as well.
Councillor Cowley, is that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other debate, councillors? There being none, I will put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. Against? I declare that carried unanimously. The next item is item CCL 25/20, Mayoral appointments and meetings. I will move that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Toynton, thank you. Any debate, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, actually. I noticed the meeting had on the 25th of January with a number of staff and high-tech homes, and I also did Google high-tech homes. I was actually just curious about that meeting and what sort of took place, especially based on what it is they provide. So.
Thank you. At the risk of not wanting to give an endorsement or advertisement for high-tech homes, it's not like the ABC, but they actually provide modular housing and transportable homes and have opened a factory at Elong. They're in the process of getting that up and running, and it was an information session on what they're doing in the local area and how that can help provide more homes quickly. It's one of the things. Yeah, thank you. Is that any other questions, Councillor? Councillor Ivey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I go through the list of your appointments over the past period. It's really good that you represent council in so many areas, and in your inability to meet them, the deputy mayor, I think that's really good. But I just wonder if sometimes there is not the opportunity for other councillors to be represented along with yourself or the deputy mayor at some of the community events, because I think again, as councillors, we are very keen to become to be involved as closely with the community. Just a couple of ones that I noticed in your list of appointments, which I thought might be relevant to the Wellington-based councillors, was I think the Wellington Senior Citizens Christmas Party. Now, I didn't even know that was on until I read it here. I just wondered if there was the opportunity there for other councillors to have been invited or notified and then attend. Similarly, with a meeting at the Nanama School, I think, again, I would have really liked to have been able to attend that. Perhaps on a slightly different issue, I noticed that you had dinner with the Wellington Australia Day ambassador in Dubbo. Again, it perhaps would have been nice if another Wellington-based councillor could have attended that dinner. So I just wonder in future if those opportunities do arise, whether you have got the opportunity to engage with and involve other councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, councillors? Debate? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against, declare that carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/21, Mayoral expenses and meetings. I will move that, councillors. Is there a seconder? Councillor Cowley, thank you. Any debate, councillors? There being none, I'll move that. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against, I declare that carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/22, investment under section 625 of the Local Government Act, January 2025. Councillors, Councillor Chowdhury to move that, seconded by Councillor Wright, thank you. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's really good to see, like I make a just comment, good to see like this all interest rate are coming. It's extra income for the council, and then council can invest into our community. But I have a question through you, Mr. Mayor. Page 76, there's in the report is showing like during the month of January 2025, no surplus funds were invested. Does that mean, like, is there any reason why that not been invested? Other question is like now RBA has cut the interest rate. So hopefully all the bank will be start cutting the interest rate. So is there anything council is putting for long-term investment? Thank you.
Thank you. To the CEO.
The investments just come about as we hold money in our PFA account, so our main general account. So we just watch that, so it's cash on hand. So there was no requirement to invest money in the month, which is unusual. We are investing and watching those balances quite closely. The second question was on the interest rates. We had, through our advisor, budgeted for a decrease earlier than this. So we did increase our budget in the quarter review and a report a bit later, slightly. So we're still quite conservative, that we are expecting a drop in what we're expecting to gain for our interest rates going forward.
Councillor Chowdhury, thank you. Any other questions, councillor, or debate? Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment. It's pleasing to see that in actual fact, for the year to date, financial year to date, the interest income is what's some $3 million ahead of budget. And I think just projected forward, that will represent something like $14 million for the year. That interest rate, that interest income represents about 5% of our total cash investments. And it's good to see that perhaps for the first time in 2 or 3 years that expected interest return is greater than the inflation rate, which is some positive to take note of. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Chowdhury, right of reply to anything there?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll put that, all those in favour. Against, I declare that carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/23, monthly reporting snapshot for councillors December 2024 and January 2025. A mover of that, please, councillors. Councillor Cowley and seconded by Councillor Wright. Thank you. Councillor Cowley, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Wright?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Actually, a question, a bit of a new look report this month, by the way it's presented, but a question on page 100. It was regarding domestic waste, and obviously there's been a bit of a change to the way we're collecting the bulky waste, and instead of doing each year at a set time, we're getting obviously ratepayers to pre-order, I suppose, a collection. But I just wanted to know if the figures in here actually reflected that collection of that bulky waste, or whether that's a separate report that council might bring before council, or the staff bring before council. I know we had some stats here just recently with respect to that, but I'm just wondering if they are actually incorporated into this as well.
To the CEO.
Through you, Mr. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the stats that are in the update report there don't include the curbside bulky pickup, so they just include the bin service pickup, so just a normal curbside bin service pickup. You're right, Councillor Wright. Yeah, there is a report coming up to council in April in respect of the next direction with the bulky pickup service, so where we'll explore some of those figures as well in that report.
Thank you. Is that?
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley, a question or
Yes, questions.
comment?
I'm not familiar with the procedure here.
No, you can make a comment because you haven't yet.
I beg your pardon?
You can make a comment because you haven't yet.
Right.
I
In
forgot.
that case, couple of things. Do we have any way of measuring the actual resolution of inquiries? We measure the wait times and the number of calls lodged. Are we able to measure the actual resolution of these inquiries? Was it resolved and is it still pending? Also a question, page 101, the volume of stock sold and put through the yards in September 23, the financial year, as opposed to September 24-25, almost doubled. Is that just seasonal conditions? And I have a couple of other comments. Is that okay? Right. Page 102, the DRTCC, there was a spike in the visitors through the doors in June to the tune of 19.6 thousand people. I assume this is thanks to the Eisteddfod, and that equates to roughly a full house every day of the month. So I suppose we could acknowledge that some of those people go every single day, but I guess it's just in case anybody doubted the power of a local production to pull a crowd. And on page 104, the Macquarie Regional Library, in the past 6 months, 108,600 people visited one of our libraries in the Macquarie Regional Library stable. And that's around 596 people every single day. They borrowed 203,000 items, not just books, including toys, all sorts of bits and pieces that are now available through our beautiful libraries. And I guess we need to consider this in the light of the fact that we've just heard that in our discussion on cost shifting, that there's a 42% shortfall in the promise of the government to fund library operations. So just some comments and some questions, they're all mixed up.
Thank you. The questions to the CEO.
For the livestock market, I'll call the manager, Mr. Harry Brennan, to take that question.
So yes, it was seasonal effects, but also there's down south, so Victoria and South Australia are in drought at the moment. So to find quality stock, the southern buyers have got to come further north to Dubbo to find good quality. So that's driven price up and created a more consistent market. So that's driving those stronger cattle numbers.
Thank you. Does that answer that one, Councillor Cowley? And the other question, the CEO?
So all of our service areas, we have a customer request management system. So the data is there. It's a lot of data, and because it covers so much of, as you know, we have a very broad portfolio of services that we do. So yes, it is tracked and used as a management tool internally. For a report like this, I would, we've got several hundred pages tonight. We wouldn't want several hundred pages of data. So I think what staff could do is work with your councillor and pick out a few key service areas and a few key customer request types, and then we could use that as some metrics for, I guess, a snapshot of how we're performing that way. So we'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A few months ago, I think we raised the issue that the customer experience performance wasn't so good. The call wait time, the numbers of calls that were dropped out, and we seemed to then go through a pretty good period over the sort of August through to December of last year, where those performance metrics were improving. But I noticed in the page on pages 95 and 96 that the customer experience statistics seem to be falling away again in January. I just wondered if that was perhaps just a random event or whether there was some reason. And I suppose allied to that, are staff aware of it, and are they looking into why that might be?
To the CEO.
Through you, Mr Mayor, in relation to call rates coming into our call centre, there has been a slight dip there from 97 down to 92% on page 95, but still well ahead of our 80% target there that you can see. So there have been some small amounts of planned leave in January, but some significant amount of sick leave that has impacted our staffing. Not only our staff sick, but a lot of carers leave taken in that, more than we would usually see in that period. So in relation to the small dip in call volume drop there on page 95, that's still well above our 80% target. In relation to our counter traffic, on page 96, you can see that there's been a slight increase in average handle time, so the amount of time we're actually spending with our customers to resolve their inquiries, which has resulted in a commensurate increase in the wait time for the customers impacted by the same things. So we've had fewer staff to handle those longer handle times and a slight increase in the wait time then for those customers who are waiting, and we expect to see a bounce back in February.
Thank you. So, Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this report is always a good. I always encourage to the committee member to go through this report. I have a question through you, Mr. Mayor. For the financial performance for page 99, there is a still significant number, 90 plus days, like a invoices been outstanding. So what council is taking action to recover those outstanding? And is that can we get a list of from the director to send all the councillor to see who are those defaulters, so we can understanding for 90 plus days? Thank you.
Thank you. To the CEO.
Certainly you can see the improved performance, and it is an ongoing focus. And we do have things like hardship policies and what have you. Some of the outstanding debts also relates to when you have large grants with the federal or state government, we typically don't get the money up front. We have to spend the money and then send an invoice to get the money back. And often that's not as quick a process according to our terms as possible. So that's some of the big fluctuations you might see. So it is actively monitored. We have a team that does that in our finance section. To that question about could you see who they are, certainly not in a public report. That would be privacy issues there. Happy to provide some insights to councils, but we will be doing so in a manner that's very considered about people's privacy and their circumstances as well. So we can certainly get you, I guess, anonymised data in that sense.
Is that right? Yep. Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, back to the mover for a right of reply.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors will put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. The next item is item CCL 25/24, submission to the Upper House inquiry impact of renewable energy zones in New South Wales. Do I have someone to move that? Councillors. Councillor Toynton, and seconded by Councillor Richardson. Thank you. Councillor Toynton, would you like to speak to that motion at all?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm just referring to page 118. Look, there's a lot of thorough comments in that particular report, and sets out a lot of a lot of issues and that Dubbo Regional Council have come across with respect to this res. Item L, any other related matters, and it refers to housing, and obviously housing, especially in this patch, and the people of Wellington have noticed the demand on housing and what issues that's caused. Just further on in a couple more paragraphs down there, it makes mention of the fact that Dubbo Regional Council owns land at Keswick Estate and was able to negotiate some an arrangement with Squadron Energy for some temporary workers accommodation. And it just leads me to ask a question with respect to some commentary that I've read recently from the people of Wellington as to why a development like that wasn't considered for some to be undertaken in Wellington instead.
Through to the CEO.
I'll take the first and I'll throw to Mr. Jennings. So specifically, it's about the quantum of land. So there isn't enough urban release area land in a greenfield site in Wellington that can cater for that accommodation. So it's about that product. Certainly we would like that, and we're certainly pushing proponents when they're thinking about accommodation, about how they can do that. I'm aware of a property Squadron has purchased in Wellington, and there should be, I'm aware that there'll be more news about how they aim to use that in Wellington as well, but it wouldn't meet all their needs. Part of our strategy, as councils would know, is it's about urban release areas in the Dubbo area. We've got a very constrained urban release area in Montefiores in Wellington, but we've been approaching it as an urban renewal opportunity for Wellington as well. So we certainly are actively talking to proponents. We can't make them go where they want to put their accommodation, but certainly, and this is about renewable energy zones, I'll probably make that point that the renewables construction workforce to date that's been experienced in both Wellington and Dubbo, and you know, bigger impact in Wellington certainly, is just what's plugging into the existing transmission. Renewable energy zones, and again, it's important for community to understand because it is a complex space. That is about new transmission, then projects that are plugging into that new transmission. So that's what's coming, not what's been experienced to date. But I might throw to Mr. Jennings for any further comments. He's more deeply involved.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just add there that the other thing that we're deeply working on at the moment is a new housing strategy for Dubbo and for Wellington as well. We did some consultation towards the end of last year, and we're now working on what that looks like. So that's obviously looking at what opportunities there are for housing in Wellington, and then also looking at the villages as well, because the villages do play a very important role in housing across the LGA, and especially across this area of the LGA as well. So that piece of strategic work will be coming to council over the next few months, and then back out to the community for some consultation from then.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, anything further?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, again, I thought it was a very good report because it did comprehensively or addressed a lot of issues in a comprehensive way. Just a couple of comments. I do find it a little bit disappointing, though, that under other issues, any other issues, as Councillor Wright just brought up, we've got housing. But I would have still liked to see in that the government be informed that we still think that there are inequities in the whole deal. I really do believe that the amount of money that the communities are getting out of this transition to renewables is not equitable. We are not getting enough out of it. I know this council was to the forefront of pushing and achieving perhaps 1.5% of capital investment value as a community benefit fund that's now been changed to a per megawatt by the government. But even on those figures, you know, when you stand back and look at it and you look at the changes that are being hoisted upon this area, the whole changing to the vista as you come into Wellington, the solar farms, the transmission lines, look, really to get 1.5% of the capital value of a project is really, I think, not enough. You know, I'm sure the proponents, when they're building these things, build in a contingency factor of 5 or 10%. You know, 1.5% is not a very big amount. And I just think that we should still, as the council, I know we're stuck with it, but I still think that we as a council should use every opportunity to push to the government, to push to the community, to push to the, not just the state government, the federal government, that really the regions which are facilitating this push for renewables are not getting enough out of it. It's putting pressure on our housing, it's putting pressure on a whole lot of things, and really the legacy that we're getting out of it is really only the community benefit funds, which I think aren't I still think aren't adequate, and I just think we should be using every opportunity to push that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Yes, so on page 110 it says, Council has established a strong policy position in relation to the proposed development that is occurring. Could I ask for a bit more clarity? What does strong policy position mean? Thank you.
Thank you. To the CEO.
So that would relate to, and I'll just get to the page, but whilst I'll get there, certainly as the Councillor Ivey suggests, made note of, that we were at the front edge of getting a higher value of community benefit fund, and that we did set the benchmarks for community, and others have been learning off us in that regard. Also in terms of that housing and having that approach when proponents come to us, what was originally happening when this first kicked off, you'd look through the environmental impact statements and they'd say, oh, we're just going to put people up in motels in Dubbo and Mudgee. And so we had a strong view on that. We started having discussions with proponents that way, and indeed the Planning Department of New South Wales government has changed their policy setting in that regard. So they have to have a housing strategy. So by having those strong positions, we're actually able to get better benefits and I guess reduce impacts and hopefully start getting some legacy investments into the community and well. So that's what I would say. I'll ask Mr. Jennings if there's anything further, given he wrote the submission.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The CEO definitely addressed those matters there. It's about council, obviously, with the state significant development process, which the vast majority of the renewables projects are. Council isn't the consent authority for these projects, so it's about making sure that, okay, given we are not the consent authority, it's about having a role there of getting as much benefit for our community from these projects as we possibly can. And through that, as has been touched on, across those issues, housing, roads, community benefit, that's definitely been our approach in the past.
Thank you. Councillor Butler, further?
Yeah, just further. My question to council is, and that's all good about wanting to squeeze more out of the lemon, and I agree with Councillor Ivey that we're probably not getting enough considering the damage that's occurring. I guess my question, perhaps through you, Mr. Mayor, to I assume Mr. Jennings, is what is the council planning to do to mitigate the large amount of damage that these projects will do into the future? And I refer to the bisphenol A toxic in the resins that will be shedding into Burrendong Dam and the other areas that will essentially create a toxic agricultural environment which could endanger our future ability to earn income. I know that the state is obviously imposing these things upon us. So then if we are unable to resist them, my question is our mitigation. So for instance, when Burrendong Dam becomes too toxic to actually use, and of course water is our purview, for instance, what can the council, or what plans do they have to remediate Burrendong Dam, for instance, and Macquarie River when they eventually become too toxic for the local people to actually drink? Thank you.
Thank you. The CEO.
So the couple of issues there. So the agencies, so indeed, Burrendong Dam is responsible to an agency responsible for the water. We purchase water off the agency that delivers water in that sense. So indeed, it still is a state government agency that is responsible for Burrendong Dam, both in terms of its operation and who actually owns the water. We are just a customer. The agencies are also, so the different agencies are responsible for the scientific assessment on the environmental impact. So they will be using the latest science in their assessing of the impacts in that regard. I haven't seen any approval that has discussed or indeed evidence put forward to date around some of those impacts that you're putting forward. But again, it's a responsibility of the agency like the EPA and others, and indeed for the natural environment, it would be the different parts of the Office of Environment as well. So again, those agencies have scientists working for them. They also have scientists who do the appraisal and they are, I've seen some robust feedback from agencies against other agencies as well. EnergyCo has to go through a development approval process for its transmission lines, for example. So council would not have that responsibility in terms of mitigation, and I'll use PFAS used by Fire and Rescue New South Wales for many decades at Ollie Robbins Oval in Dubbo as an example of how we'd approach this. We are holding Fire and Rescue to account for reparations to fix that because it's across the top of our water aquifer. So that I would suggest if a similar incident occurred in that way or a similar pattern evolved, that's how we'll be taking. We'll be holding the government to account was responsible and the agency responsible for making good.
Thank you. Any other further debate? Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it was mentioned that there's benefits from this renewable energy zone. A couple of questions that I have with these benefits is, what is the proportion of the local workplace that's building these projects? Do they hire locals or are they strictly outsourced? And the second one comes as a result of an article in the Australian Financial Review on ownership. Currently, the solar farm at Wellington was owned by BP, and the Foreign Investment Review Board blocked the sale to Beijing Energy. So my second question is, with all these renewables, is there any target that says that they must be Australian owned?
Thank you to the CEO.
I can provide my insights. We're starting to get out of the bounds of my responsibility in local government, but I can give some answers there. You might have to remind me of the first question because the second question. So currently, and again, this is to do with renewable energy zones, they have to have, there is going to be more jobs than locals, guaranteed. So, but the focus on what we've been pushing in with EnergyCo and other proponents is how do our people get the skills? So it's no good opening up a project and say, hey, come all ye locals, come and participate in our construction project if we don't have the skills. So there is that focus that we've been having in getting particularly entry-level jobs or those that are underemployed at the moment. Remember, we have a low unemployment rate across the board. We have, certainly there's cohorts in the community that have worse statistics. So how do we get those underemployed people engaged? And that's certainly been a program to date. I know Squadron, for example, has held an opportunity and they've got a local, they've actually invested in local people to lead that here. And certainly, so I know underemployed people in Wellington have had that opportunity to get those entry-level skills. So it's an ongoing push for us in that regard. I don't think there is a quota per se, and there certainly hasn't. There's been less of a focus, and I'll put this in that context where the Wellington community in particular has experienced legal renewable developments outside of the res. They're just plugging into existing transmissions. So they're, because of the scale of the res, I think the government has had more focus on managing those negative impacts. And I'm sure, you know, we've heard the stories of backpackers crowded into rooms in houses and hotels in both Wellington and Dubbo, I hasten to add. Certainly that is why we've mentioned the housing in the submission, because that is a policy setting and a strategy of council from the last term because of that big impact and pushing particularly the people in the lower housing market out. And that's a big impact that way. And because I've spoken so long, I've forgotten the second question. Oh, the Financial Investment Review Board, thank you. Just be careful, I don't think it's been refused per se. The article was about the delay in the consideration by the Financial Investment Review Board. So for any foreign business of an investment of a certain scale, it has to go through what they call FIRB, the Financial Investment Review Board. And they will review, and based on various federal government parameters, should they be allowed to buy. So what that current discussion still is owned by Lightsource BP. It is what the Beijing International Power Company brackets Australia has put forward is they would like to purchase that Lightsource BP's existing assets, and that's a way of Lightsource BP recycling their capital. But there's some concerns expressed in AFR about the time it's taken, so that deal could be at risk, it would seem. But it's not, I don't think there is necessarily there shall be this much that is owned by Australian companies, but rather each investment decision is considered by the federal government as far as I'm aware. But again, we're starting to get outside the areas of my knowledge, technical knowledge.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Following on from Councillor Toynton's question about local employment, where does the REACT Centre fit into all that? Forgive me because I don't remember what the acronym is, but the React Education and Training Centre.
The CEO.
Thank you. The C's for careers. So we are getting good support. We've got an application in under the, I'll call it Legacy Infrastructure Fund or something like that with Energy Co. And that focus is actually building a training facility. So for example, and there's a bit of strategy around this as well. So it's not just there is focus on entry-level jobs, but also the higher and higher paid and higher skilled jobs, and particularly we'll use wind turbines, for example. Talking to proponents, you have to go down to Victoria and get your accreditation on to work at heights on wind turbines down there. I think it's at Federation Uni, which is a mix of university and vocational education. Certainly, we've been targeting that. If we get it to land here in Wellington, is the focus, will be the place you do that in New South Wales. So I guess how does a kid in Year 6 Wellington Public School look at a wind turbine and think, I want to have a career in that? So that's the logic there. So it'll be a mix of entry-level jobs, because there are going to be lots of entry-level labouring jobs and what have you. And indeed, some projects have a better reputation in terms of entry-level jobs and treating locals well compared to others. But the REACT is that focus of a suite of jobs, and we hope to see that supported by the government to be developed and enabled alongside TAFE in Wellington.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, we'll go back to the mover, Councillor Toynton, for right of reply to anything said in the debate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think a lot of the stuff that I've raised is questions to be put forward to the state and federal government, so we'll probably have to leave it at that.
Thank you, councillors. I'll now move that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? 8 to 1, was it? However many we've got here, 8 to 1. Carried. Thank you. Item CCL 25/25, report of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting 9 December 2024. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Ivey, were you there? Councillor Ivey, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Councillor Ivey, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's fairly self-explanatory in the report.
Thank you.
Perhaps I might,
yes, go on. Yes,
I
go.
might just make a comment.
Yes.
We are councillors are non-voting members, so we don't actually have a say in that committee. But I must admit, I really am impressed by the independent representatives on that committee. The debate, the discussion, the questions that those members raise. One particular member has got an accounting background and an audit background, and he's really very... not much gets past him, and he's very good. So I think really that committee is, it really is very effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that. All those in favour? Yes, against? I declare that motion carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/26, report of the Infrastructure Planning and Environment Committee meeting 11 February 2025, moved by Councillor Toynton, seconded by Councillor, who we got there? Wright was first, I think. Councillor Toynton, any debate, any comments on that?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, any other debate or comments? Councillor Ivey.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to draw attention to the IPEC 25/7, which was the Duke of Wellington Bridge, the flood damage repair funding application, which was unfortunately refused by the state government because they say it involved betterment, and when you can get your mind and head round what's wrong with having betterment in trying to fix a problem, then you're a better man than me. But anyway, that's what the state government decrees, so I guess we're standing by it. But again, the motion that we've got there that the committee passed was that we would keep the pressure, particularly through the federal government, to see whether the funding can be sourced from or got from another source. But really what I'd just quickly like to say is that in the meantime, the bridge will continue to be used as a pedestrian bridge. And look, that's not, therefore the bridge is not a complete loss. And in fact, in doing that, I'm heartened to talk to Mr Arms, the director, to say that, and I hear that that council will be putting some effort into improving the amenity value of Oxley Park there, so that the actual pedestrian bridge, you can walk across it and go and sit under a tree or go and actually sit in a semi-parkland area, because it is a lovely area down by the river and it just needs a good lick and a polish. So I think anything that we can do towards improving that amenity, to improve the utilisation of the Duke of Wellington as a pedestrian bridge, and while we still see whether we can't get funding to restore it as a vehicular facility, so much the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, councillors? No, we'll put that then. Mover, Councillor Toynton, was it? Any right of reply to anything said there? I've got nothing.
Nothing further.
Thanks. Councillors, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against, I declare that carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/27, report of the Culture and Community Committee meeting 11th of February 2025. Moved by the Chair, Councillor Wells, seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Thank you. Councillor Wells, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick points, really. Focusing on part of that committee discussion was around the Fowler steam engine. So really good to hear from community tonight about their desires. And then another part of that committee was about the Victoria Park amenities block. There are a number of things, but those two things sort of standing out at the moment. It's really good to see that the community is really interested in the way that we proceed with construction of amenities for our community, and just flagging that it's important to have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or debate, councillors? Councillor Ivey again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really look. I'd just again like to speak to the Fowler steam engine. I think it was a great outcome that the committee put forward this motion that we're endorsing now. That council do proceed with the management of the Fowler steam engine as part of the fleet and depot services unit, and what that means is that the council will undertake to train and accredit relevant staff so that they can authorise that Fowler steam engine to continue to be used as a working exhibit. You know, I know in that committee we did talk about whether it should go in a glass case and just sit there for people to look at and to preserve the heritage value that way. But council has now decided that no, we will really get maximum heritage value out of it as a working item of equipment. So I think that's a fantastic outcome. I think Mr. Parks's question that perhaps council consider some sort of a volunteer group of friends of the Fowler steam engine, or some group that could be actively involved in the operation of the steam engine, I think is a great idea, and I think we really must work on that. And the second issue then is, so we've got this working Fowler engine, it is a terrific resource of the Wellington and Dubbo areas, then let's make sure that we really can put it somewhere where the public appreciate it, and again was mentioned in the public forum that it acts as a magnet to people to come along and look at not just the steam engine but other items of allied interest. So if something can be done where it can be on semi-exhibit, perhaps at the old police station, at the museum, wouldn't that be fantastic? So I think, yes, if council can continue to explore that option in conjunction with the Wellington Museum and Historical Society, it would be to everyone's advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? No. Councillor Wells is the mover. Right of reply?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against, I declare that carried. Item CCL 25/28, report of the Corporate Services Committee meeting 11 February 2025. Moved by the Chair, Councillor Toynton on that occasion, seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. I'll save and accept.
Just 2 save and accept, please, Mr. Mayor. 25/7 and 25/8.
Thank you. That's moved. Councillor Toynton, save and accept those two items.
Save and accept.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury. Yep.
Yes, all good.
Thank you. Any debate, councillors, on any of all that except those two items? No. We'll put that. All those in favour of all of that report, save and accept those two items. Against, I declare that report, minus those two items, carried. Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In replacement of the recommendation from the committee from 25/7, those 8 items be replaced by 3 items, which will read, the election of councillor representation on each community committee be deferred, that the terms of reference for each community committee be finalised and presented to the March ordinary council meeting for consideration and adoption. And point 3, at the March ordinary council meeting and following the adoption of the terms of reference, determine the councillor representation on each community committee in line with the terms of reference.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Dickerson to speak to that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The current recommendation that was before us from the committee was not in line with our previous terms of reference, not in line with our draft terms of reference, and I don't believe was in line with the intention of the recommendation that was put forward by the staff at the time that talked about the actual chairs. It didn't actually say elect the chairs at that particular time. So with all those things in mind, it makes more sense to determine the terms of reference so that we've got those done. They're in draft form at the moment, so it would seem to make sense just for the number of councillors on each committee, for example, and the election of the chair. It would make sense to determine the final terms of reference. They've been out for public exhibition. We can have a look at those in our March council meeting, and then once we've got those terms of reference finalised as a council resolution, then immediately following that in the council meeting, we could then have those members of the committee elected to that as in line with those terms of reference. It seems to make more sense to get the cart after the horse rather than the cart before the horse. So that's my recommendation there, Mr Mayor, to finalise the terms of reference and then have the committee members nominated from there.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillors, further debate? No? Okay, then I will put that. All those in favour? Motion carried unanimously because no one against. Now, Councillor Dickerson, you were going to move the next one.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is just a slight amendment to our Code of Meeting Practice. So this would read that the draft Council Policy Code of Meeting Practice as attached at Appendix 1 be amended to include 5.28, a councillor must give their full attention to the business and proceedings of the meeting when attending a meeting by audio-visual link. The councillor's camera must be on at all times. The councillor must be visible on screen when speaking and when called upon by the chair by opening their microphone at any time during the meeting, except as may be otherwise provided for under this code.
Thank you. A seconder, councillors. Councillor Wright, thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you. It's only a minor one. It's actually quite good that we can actually have people come in remotely now. Back in the old days before that COVID-19 thing came along, then people had to physically be here for a meeting, but they changed the Code of Meeting Practice from the state government's perspective about 2020 or thereabouts as a result of COVID. So that's fantastic that we've got that, and it gives more flexibility for councillors. In fact, I think there'd be some councillors who would say it would mean they couldn't even stand for council if they had to physically be here for each meeting. But we need to make sure our councillors are paying attention. Unfortunately, at the moment, our technology doesn't allow for councillors to be seen, and this basically amends our Code of Meeting Practice to make sure that it allows for that slight blip in our technology until we get that sorted out.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a amendment here with CSC 25/8. So Councillor Dickerson's put on item 1. There's item 2 on this sheet. I don't know if everyone else got it. That council elects the mayor as the deputy chairperson for the Infrastructure, Planning and Environment Committee, Culture and Community Committee, and the Corporate Services Committee.
Righto, thank you. Hang on, we'll just have a quick look at that. I'll just find a bit of paper. I'll just hand over to the CEO for clarity on what we're going to do with that one.
So, councillors, that is a choice. We had that discussion where we had the Code of Meeting Practice last time, and we had 2 options. That was an option presented where you can elect the mayor to be, in effect, the deputy chair of those standing committees, or you can just have a quick election for a chair depending on who's in the room at those standing committees. So just to be clear, there's no obligation to make that decision tonight. You can just do that on an as-needs basis leading up to a standing committee. So we did put that advice before you today, just as part of consideration. So please don't think there's any compulsion in that regard.
So can I just get some clarity there before we move on? So at the moment, it's the committee elects the chair.
So you
in the
elect,
absence of a
correct, and then there's no deputy chair. Under the rules given to us by state government, there's no automatic deputy chair. So you can either take one of two ways. You can formally elect a deputy chair to cover that, or you can have that more, I guess, arguably a more flexible option where at the beginning of the meeting you can elect who's going to be chair on the night. Yeah, if the chair's not there, yes. I took that as an assumption. Yeah, no, that can be, certainly that can be an amendment. That's your choice. I just want to make clear you've got that choice, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Toynton. A seconder for that amendment. Councillor Richardson, thank you. Councillor Toynton, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just think that it makes perfect sense just to make, we have a mayor, use the mayor as our deputy chair. That way everyone knows what's going on. There's no confusion. There's no mix up what we had 2 weeks ago. I'll move it as the amendment stands.
Righto, thank you. Any other speakers? Councillors? Councillor Dickerson?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I won't support the amendment. We did have a bit of a discussion about it. The problem I see is that we might still end up having an election anyway because the chair could be away, and as happened 2 weeks ago, the mayor was remote, so it makes it hard to chair a meeting while you're remote. So even if we had the mayor as deputy chairperson 2 weeks ago, we would have still had an election for a chair to work for that meeting. Now remember, it's only if the chair's away, and the election of that chair is only for that one meeting. So it's really an ad hoc basis. I think that's more flexible. And if the mayor can't, doesn't want to, is away, whatever, that meeting, then someone is just elected when that's there. Most of the time, the chair's going to be there, so it's not really that big an issue. So I don't think we need to add the extra complexity of having the mayor as the deputy chairperson of the committees.
Thank you. Other speakers? Councillor Ivey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll speak against the amendment also, mainly for the reason I think it's not a bad opportunity if the elected or appointed chair isn't there. It's not a bad opportunity to elect someone else from within the council to act as chair, to get that person a bit more experience in chairing a meeting, and I think that experience that's gained can then really be for the long-term or ongoing benefit of the council. So I think it's not a bad idea to have the opportunity of electing another chair from within the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'll just quickly speak before we go to the mover of the original motion. Look, that seems all right to me, to declare an interest, being the mayor, to have the mayor put in as the stand-in chair, because that's what we've done for the last term of council, and I believe council before that, and it seemed to work pretty well. Everyone knew what was going on. It would just give some clarity and certainty to people. Just turn up, you'd know who's going to do it, and we'd just get on with the meeting. So it worked well last term of council, and I don't have any problem with it. Not that I want to chair all these meetings, but it just sort of goes on. Councillor Wells, late one. Thank you.
Sorry.
You're all right.
Just in terms of that, happy to support, but I wonder whether there's a need necessary for a third piece, which will probably occur anyway if the mayor's not present and the chair's not present, that there'll need to be an election anyway. Is that correct?
It would be. Yep. Is that right?
Yeah, that's an obligation under the Code of Meeting Practice given to us by government.
Thank you. Any other debate? Back to...
So just to clarify, so when the mayor is out, this one doesn't default to a deputy mayor, it's mayor or
goes
election.
to election, yep.
Correct.
Yeah, that's right, yep.
It's defeated. Yep.
Councillor Dickerson as the mover of the original motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had my say against the amendment previously, so I think that covered everything I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors will vote on just Councillor Toynton's amendment, which would be a point 2 to Councillor Dickerson's point 1. I've got the right bit of paper here. That council elects the mayor as the deputy chairperson for the Infrastructure, Planning and Environment Committee, Culture and Community Committee and the Corporate Services Committee. Right. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All those against? 5-5. I'll have to have a casting vote. I'll vote in favour of the amendment. We go back to, we've got point 1 and a point 2 now. We go back to debate on that, which was the draft council policy code of meeting practice. Councillors, have your little picture up on screen when you're joining by video link. Any other comment or debate on that, councillors? Councillor Wells?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I ask a question? Yep. Just curious, because I understand that we've got our technology has an issue and you cannot leave you cannot be unmuted, otherwise then takes up the whole screen. So I'm just really curious about how do we comply with the Act if that's a technical issue? Thank you.
Thank you to the CEO.
Yeah, what you're considering would actually get us through. That's what our system is capable of. So what that means is, as soon as you turn your mic on, the vision comes up, and when you're requested to turn it on, you have to do so as well. So the vision comes on when you leave your mic on. The challenge of leaving it on all the time, not just careless speaking while the microphone's on, is the fact that it dominates the screen, as you say. But so when you have it off, the debate, as we're seeing now, would dominate the screen in the live stream. It just means that what it's doing is calling your attention. The mayor can call you to be on your screen at their whim, if you will. So what's in front of you is consistent with our technology, and I think it goes with the ethics of the Code of Meeting Practice as well.
So can I just a point, I suppose, a comment is that if your camera, if you're unmuted the whole time, then there could be background noise which would interfere with the meeting, I suppose, and we're all very conscious of that in this day and age with part of policy about putting yourself on mute. Just as I said, a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors, on the amended motion? There being none, we'll go to the mover of the original motion, Councillor Dickerson.
Again, not much was really said that I need to refute there. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. So, councillors, just to clarify, this is on points 1 and 2, the draft council policy and the amendment, which became the motion. The council elects the mayor as the deputy chairperson of the committees in the absence of the chair. All those in favour? Against? I declare the motion carried 9 votes to 1. The next item is, we're up to notices of motion. Item CCL 25/29, Dubbo Regional Council facilities, fees and charges. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to move your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I move my motion that the CEO to provide a report to council as part of the draft budget process outlining the existing rates, discounts, subsidies for community groups and non-profit organisation accessing Dubbo Regional Council asset and facilities.
Thank you. A seconder, Councillor Cowley. Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, I bring this notice of motion with deep sense of responsibility, empathy for the many community groups and non-profit organizations that are the heart and soul for our region. These organizations are playing a pivotal role and support our community members for different aspects. And I believe like all the councillors have recently met a few community members, and they have raised their issues for the fees and charges and how the council is charging them. So I think through this motion, there will be clarity and we can come up with that. Once that report will come, then we can check how we can help those community groups and better way. So I hope my fellow councillor will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Chowdhury, for the motion, which I'm happy to support. Just through you, Mr Mayor, is the scale of fees and charges for each of our facilities not readily available anyway? And if so, why not?
The CEO.
Yeah, it is. It's available on our website. It's published. It's also part of what goes out in public exhibition in the draft form. I guess in staff working on the wording with Councillor Chowdhury, I guess what I see that as calling out is to make it very overt and making that clear, and I guess getting better effective communication. So that's how I see the distance, what is different compared to our normal process. But yeah, it's all available on the line, online, as we have to under the regulations.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? There being none, we'll move that motion of Councillor Chowdhury. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against, I declare that carried unanimously. The next item, CCL 25/30, centenary of the Dubbo Cenotaph. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to move your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move this motion that the CEO organize an event in conjunction with the Dubbo RSL sub-branch to commemorate the century of the Dubbo Cenotaph, which are dedicated on 25th of April 1925. Sorry.
Thank you. A seconder, Councillor Cowley. Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury, speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is an honour to forwarding this notice of motion in conjunction with the Dubbo RSL sub-branch to commemorate and the significant milestone in our history, the century of Dubbo Cenotaph. We are nearly 100 years the Dubbo Cenotaph has stood as a solemn tribute to the brave men and women who served and sacrificed for our nation. It is more than just a monument. It is a place of remembrance, reflection, and gratitude, a symbol of the deep respect of our community holds for those who have defended our freedoms. I have met with few RSL sub-branch members a few weeks ago, and they also thank you that Dubbo Regional Council doing a fantastic job. They help every year during the ANZAC Day. So through this motion, I really want to see how Dubbo Regional Council can work with their sub-branch and make this 100-year celebration more meaningful, more vibrant for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that. All those in favour? Against, I declare the motion carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/31, control of pest bird species. Councillor Toynton, would you like to move your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of slight little amendments to the motion. At paragraph 3, any options available for external funding for local
hang on. If you just read out what you've got so far, then you can just change the wording there and we'll follow along on our sheet.
So in paragraph 3, just need to change the word eradication to control.
1 and 2 as per the papers.
1 and 2 as per the papers. And 3 and 4 just need slight variations.
Right, so can you read out the whole thing, please, as it will be?
As it will be. So 1, the role of the state and local government in management. Oh, sorry, I'll go right to the start. That the Chief Executive Officer prepare a report for consideration at the April 2025 Ordinary Council meeting detailing the following. 1, the role of the state and local government in the management of pest bird species, such as pigeons and Indian myna. 2, actions undertaken by state government in the management of pest bird species, such as pigeons and Indian myna. 3, any options available for external funding for local government and or local community groups for control and management programs. 4, any options for collaborative programs with an invitation to businesses to source funding from property owners in the Dubbo Central Business District and the Wellington Town Centre for the management of pest bird species that are problematic or causing issues for private property owners.
Thank you. A seconder, Councillor Chowdhury. Thank you. Councillor Toynton, speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The problem that we have with the Indian myna birds and the pigeons is we're currently experiencing, as Margaret and a few of the other public speakers have said, we have a problem with the Indian mynas that are destructive to native bird habitats, invasive towards, excuse me. So they're an invasive pest species. They are detrimental to our natives. They carry diseases. We do have the current threat of the avian bird flu. So anything that we can do to mitigate this problem, while it's not at actual pandemic stage, I believe that any support that we can garner up to make this a reality would certainly be worth looking into.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Toynton, again for your motion. And I'm absolutely delighted to support this, particularly with these alternatives that don't, if you'll pardon the pun, ruffle feathers in the business community. I have watched for some time the Dubbo Environment Group's efforts with the Indian miner and been very impressed by those efforts and the dedication, particularly from Ms McDonald, in eradicating and trying to eradicate this pest. As Councillor Toynton quite rightly points out, it is a scourge to our native environment, particularly our native birds. I know in my own backyard I have colonies of little wrens that are consistently at odds with the Indian miner. And again, as Councillor Toynton quite rightly points out, the threat of avian flu is real, and we simply cannot take the risk. I was also very happy to hear that the process of trapping the birds is humane, because I think that's very important. I know that elsewhere bird traps can be quite cruel, and whilst Indian miners, we all want to see the end of them, we are at the top of the food chain, unless you're in the lion enclosure at Taronga Western Plains Zoo, and that will change your perspective pretty quickly. But we do, you know, all creatures great and small, we do have to eradicate these creatures in a humane way. And I'm all for this motion, and I congratulate the Dubbo Environment Group for it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Chowdhury, then Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will definitely support this motion, and thank you, Councillor Toynton, to bring this out. And also, thanks tonight that all the speaker came and showing your support for this motion. And I think Council has a role to support these community groups, and we need to through this motion. If we support this motion, we're gonna make sure we're gonna show that support to the community groups and help the community, this environmental group, to progress a bit more for Dubbo environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too will support this motion that Councillor Taunton has put forward, and thank you for putting it forward. My only other comment, and it's not related specifically to this, is that it saddens me that these type of processes didn't occur many years ago when there are other species introduced that have, unfortunately, you know, I'm talking animals and, you know, flora, how we could have eliminated them. So good on you, Councillor Taunton, for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm far more comfortable in supporting this with those couple of amendments, especially item 4. I'm just really mindful of creating a cost impost on local businesses that are probably already struggling a little bit. So rather than do sort of force feed something onto those businesses to contribute towards solving this issue, certainly to invite them to the table and come up with some collaborative programs, as that wording suggests, is a far kinder way to bring this one forward. So I'm happy to support it with those couple of changes. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Just before we go, I'll just say something quickly before we go back to the mover. Yes, I'm more than happy to support Councillor Taunton's motion. I've seen all the pigeons on the council building, and people tell me down the street about, especially near CSC, pigeon problems there. They get up and roost in an awning of a building, and talking to the Chamber of Commerce there a couple of times, they're very keen to see a bit of a pigeon control program along the main street. So one option might be for each business to chuck in $50 or $100 and get a bit of a bank together and look at getting in those all the slug guns with the thermals on them. Another option might be to get the pigeon traps. I spent the weekend watching some YouTube videos of trapping pigeons, and there's the one-way door. They go in for the food and water. It's got a cover on the top so they're out of the sun, and it's amazing how many pigeons that this mob were trapping on the roofs of commercial buildings in America, but it worked the same here. And the Indian Miner Control Group, it was probably a couple of years ago now that Mark Stacey brought his trap one school holidays up on Sheraton Road, and I was hoping to trap those thousands of starlings that get along up there. We've got a few Indian miners we weren't so lucky with the starlings, but thank you to that group for all that you do, volunteering your time and efforts. So more than happy to support this motion. Thank you. Back to the mover, Councillor Taunton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't think there's anything further we can add other than thanking the volunteers for their work and their environmental groups. And I do follow it with the numbers that come in, and it's absolutely impressive. And we're happy to give any support that we can to make this a reality, to get on top of this invasive species. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got that motion there, councillors, with those few little changes that we've all got in front of us. All those in favour? Against? I declare the motion carried unanimously. The next item is item CCL 25/32, fluoridation of Dubbo drinking water supply. Councillor Toynton, would you like to move your motion?
As it stands, Mr Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Richardson. Thank you. Councillor Toynton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So all we're looking for here is a report to come back just outlining some of the original rationale for why council ever applied to fluoridate the water in the first place, any documented health risks, how fluoride's absorbed in the body, just to get a little bit more clarity about what this chemical actually is. Given that the John Gilbert water treatment plant hasn't used fluoride for a few years because of equipment malfunction, I guess it raises the question that no one's worse off for not having it. So hence the report to say, well, do we really need it? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or debate, councillors? Councillor Butler.
Yes, just following on from Councillor Toynton, thank you for bringing this one up. I'd like to just raise awareness, I guess, very much support of this motion. We need to be aware of what we're doing. It's a fairly costly add-on. I believe we obviously have some state compulsion, but I'd just like to people to consider if we had a proverbial time machine and we went back in time and we were in a place where thalidomide had been introduced and we knew that thalidomide was bad, and yet, you know, we were in a council setting and we knew of a potentially, or actually because we were from the future, we knew that it was bad. And so my thing is to say is, if we had that situation, we would warn those of that era of the disastrous effects of thalidomide and, you know, the reproductive issues that it involved. So bringing that forward in time, the fact that fluoride is now known to be neurotoxic means that even though we're at a council level and perhaps the state may impose things from in high, I think as a council we could be encouraged to resist certain moves purely knowing that it is actually, when we receive an order, it has to be a valid one. So if the state, going back in time, had issued us an order to say, okay, you must give thalidomide to every female in Dubbo and our local government area, I think we would all resist that. So given that, you know, that is the case, let me just quote a few little bits and pieces here. So fluoride, this is from a study done on the 22nd, as in 2022, and it found that excess amounts of fluoride in drinking water can cause dental fluorosis, skeletal fluorosis, arthritis, bone damage, osteoporosis, muscular damage, fatigue, joint-related problems, and chronic issues. In America, they've had many cities now that have refused to have it, even at the, how would you call it, the injunction of overarching bodies who have ordered them to do it. They've resisted. And so I just quote here from Dr. Lee Sheldon, who's a periodontist, citing peer-reviewed research that found lower IQs in children that drink water with fluoride compared to those who don't. His quote, "I'm a dentist, I can fix a cavity, I can't fix cognitive impairment." So the point being is that the benefits are far outweighed by the costs. So if there is some sort of dental advantage, it's definitely not worth the cost. He goes on to say that it was a scam, a marketing scam. Fluoride is a toxin, it's a neurotoxin. The risks far outweigh its benefits, it's mass medication. So going on from that, the Florida Surgeon General also recommended against community water fluoridation. So I just wanted to make you aware that particularly in America, these things have been at the forefront. I'd also make you aware too that after a 7-year-long court case, that the EPA over there had with one of the fluoride groups. The US District Judge Edward Chen found that the current allowable fluoridation levels of 0.7 parts per million in drinking water pose an unreasonable risk of reduced IQ in children. The studies challenged the notion that low fluoride levels measured in people living in optimal fluoridated areas are safe. So essentially, so that study, I won't go into too much, but they followed 398 mother-child pairs and came up with this result. So given that the current new science, shall we call it, is definitely coming against fluoride, and that even legal challenges have been upheld, and that there are quite a few cities now that are moving against fluoridating their water, I'd like to encourage our council, or to ask the question perhaps, as to what can we do, given that we know that this is a neurotoxin and a poison, even down to low levels. Can we really hold our heads up high and say it's just a state thing, we wash our hands of it? Excuse the pun. But you can also basically say, if this be the case, then we do need to resist this, even if it, and just to make the point, if a directive is given that is not a valid directive, or is that an injurious directive, I think we're not under compulsion to do that. And perhaps if the state was to challenge it, then we would have to challenge them back and say, can you justify the detriment to the health of our LGA constituents by forcing us to do this? So that's my question to ask the council. What can we do to actually mitigate these effects and to resist what I would call a injurious command from on high, shall we call it, in the interest of our LGA? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm more than happy to support Councillor Butler's motion. Oh, I'm sorry. It was
Toyton.
Councillor Toyton's motion. My bad.
Look the same.
In the interests of discussion and investigation, and to lay the science bare, and to find out what science is actually saying. I am 60 years old, so I was born and raised in that thalidomide era, and I find it a bit of a long bow to draw to compare thalidomide, the tragedy of thalidomide, with fluoride, which was introduced in 1953. I grew up on a farm. God knows what was in our water. Fluoride wasn't. And I remember my mother doling out the tiny little pink tablets with breakfast. So the jury is probably still out about my IQ. Don't know. But I do know that tooth decay and dental hygiene and the problems of bad dental hygiene, particularly in our Western region and particularly in our remote communities, is desperate. And I'm happy to support this motion of Councillor Toynton's to look at the science, and hopefully we can accept that science.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I actually had a couple of questions. First, the first one was obviously Dubbo Regional Council is a water utility, and just what obligations does DRC have with regards to the provision of fluoride in the water supply? I suppose that's one question. Is the second one, is the provision of fluoride in the water an actual strict legal requirement? We pull the pin on it at any time.
To the CEO.
Short answer is it's governed by the Fluoridation of Public Water Supplies Act 1957. This is based on an email I sent out to councils a couple of weeks ago on hot topics. And that governs the presence of fluoride in any water supply in New South Wales. It's when you've been given approval, you have to apply to get approval, and it's a very laborious process to do that from a technical point of view. But Section 6B(1) of the Act states, a water supply authority to which an approval has been granted or direction has been given shall not discontinue fluoridating the public water supply concern unless the approval or the direction is revoked by the Secretary. Now, there isn't a clear process in the legislation or any associated regulations about what, so you can write, but you cannot just choose to not provide. You can write to the Secretary I'm not aware, and I'll throw to Mr. Ryan if he's aware of any circumstances where a public water utility has been able to get that. I'll add that also that the Secretary of Health would receive advice from there's a fluoridation of public water supplies advisory committee, which has representation of specialists and what have you that goes through that. So I'll throw to Mr. Ryan for any further insights in that regard to answer that question.
Still on Mayors. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of other councils or water authorities, I'm not aware of any in sort of recent times, so that would be part of the information that's supplied back from this report. And certainly if the path is of removal of fluoride, as the CEO said, it's an application to the Secretary of Health, but they will go to other departments and agencies to actually get, and scientists to get that full and complete understanding so that they can make an informed decision whether to support removing fluoride or not. So that it's not just what we provide, it's actually advice that they would go and seek from other areas, and it may be a local issue that would support that. Elements like the natural levels of fluoride in the water supply that we have. So they're all the sort of things that you would build as a case if you were looking to remove fluoride from the water. But I don't recall any in recent time. And as I said, I'd be going to some of our groups that we're involved with to see if they know of any, and going through New South Wales Health to also ask that question. So a lot of these questions I am going to have to go outside of our area of knowledge, because it is a vast array of questions and not information that we hold.
Thank you. Councillor Wright again.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This one's probably a question more for Councillor Toynton, and again, you don't have to answer these, of course, but I'm just wondering if you can enlighten me a bit on informed consent, just what that refers to, how that works, what are we referring to there specifically?
Councillor Toynton, if you wish, noting that you don't have to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Wright. So informed consent was just a case of before council, however long ago we resolved to originally put fluoride in the water, did we actually poll people and say, hey, look, this is what fluoride is as we know it at the time. These are its risks and benefits that we knew of at the time. Like I'm saying, like this is probably something back in the 1960s. So I'm just thinking, well, what we knew back then was like, oh, it's great for your teeth. Would you be comfortable putting it in the water, yay or nay? Just wondering if we actually had to seek permission from the general public rather than saying, oh, it's for your own good, in it goes.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, and thanks, Councillor Toynton. I struggle to I get the theory behind this, but I'm struggling to really support a couple of the points here. We talked a little earlier about, actually Councillor Taunton raised that one with regards to the Foreign Investment Review Board and the comment from the CEO sort of suggesting that's probably a bit outside our lane. And there was another comment as well with regarding to the res projects, and again, probably a bit out of our lane and a bit above our authority level. And I'm all for challenging the status quo, but when we're requesting council staff to prepare a report which wants some information there with respect to how fluoride is absorbed by the human body, and also statistics on tooth decay, again, I look at that and I think we're going outside our lane a bit in those with respect to a couple of those points. And I get overall at what you're trying to achieve here and what you're trying to highlight, but I just can't run with a couple of those points in there because, again, I just think they're outside our lane. So I can't support it as it stands. So.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury and Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also struggling to support this motion because I'm just thinking like this motion is a bit, we're just losing our core focus from what we need to do in council. But through you, Mr. Mayor, to CEO or the relevant director, so when this report will be, if that motion carried on tonight, so when that report will come, if the council staff or director or CEO will consult with any scientist or any health professional that bring that report, because I don't think like like a health, our CEO or director is the health professional to bring that sort of report. So that one question. Second one is the last one. You looking for tooth decay statistics. So is there any how people get registered if their tooth get tooth decay, how they can register those sort of things? Thank you.
Thank you to the CEO.
And I'll have a bit of a crack and then throw to Mr. Ryan. So yes, to Mr. Ryan's point before, we'll have to go to relevant specialist agencies and what have you that would hold potentially, no guarantees because we don't hold it and know, to get that data and information. But Mr. Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Not much more to add to that, but other than we will have to go outside. Things like the Australian Dental Association might have some information in terms of tooth decay, but we don't know that yet. So part of this might come back to say we can't find that information, or we can't get that information because it's got to be real information, not something that's so it won't be social media or something that we find that someone's got tooth decay. It's actually got to be fact-based, so we may not be able to get a hold of that information, and that will come back in the report if that's the case. But certainly we will need to spread or lean on some of our regulators and other authorities because I don't have dentists or medical practitioners in my group, so we will need to lean on those professions so that we can actually answer some of these questions.
Thank you. Councillor Toynton? Oh, hang on. Or was it Councillor Wells next? Councillor Wells next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. Firstly, happy to support the motion because we're only looking at the science and statistics. And secondly, I'm curious about how we could understand the impact to our community since the water has not had fluoride in it, because I believe it's been since 21, I'm not quite sure of the date, and whether there has been any studies from maybe newborn children, because they'd be, if it was 2020, they'd be 5 this year, and you'd be able to understand whether there are any dental issues with those children. That would be hard, I agree, because children get lollies and things like that, and they don't help your teeth growth either. So I'm just curious about that. But I also wanted to share, be a bit vulnerable, a story that when I was having children myself, and they had dental issues many years ago. One particular child had some real serious dental issues, and the doctor said to me at that time, and this is me listening to the doctor as gospel, said that the teeth issues were due to too much fluoride in the water. So that to me was quite a worry. So, just based on my own concerns for children and their dental health, happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson, and then we'll go around.
Thank you. I do want to make a comment, but I just want to ask, through you, Mr. Mayor, a question first, presumably to Mr. Ryan, but wherever you direct it. Can I just get the range of dosage that would be our target range for fluoridation in our water in Dubbo? The number of milligrams per litre, for example. Thank you.
The CEO.
Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have critical control points on our water treatment plants, and fluoride is one of those. So our target is 1 to 1.05 milligrams per litre. And just to put that into perspective, the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines recommends up to 1.5 milligrams per litre.
Thank you.
Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that, Mr. Ryan. So a couple of things, I suppose. One of the comments made by Councillor Butler was in relation to skeletal fluorosis, some of the issues there, which is a real issue, and the real damage can occur to our bones, and certainly there are reports that talk about lower levels of IQ. But the information that talks about levels of over 4 milligrams per litre, typically up to even 10 milligrams per litre. So fluoride, as with many things, is dangerous if you've got too much of it. And that's true of just about everything that we put in our mouths. If you have too much of that, you can have too much water. I almost died riding my push bike across the desert. I know that's a silly thing to do for a start, but almost died from hyponatremia because I drank too much water while I was riding across the desert. So too much of anything can be bad for us. Too much of fluoride? Absolutely. But we're talking about here, and strict control measures, as Mr. Ryan just said, of around 1 to 1.05 milligrams per litre, below the recommended 1.5, well below the 4 to 10 that you're talking about to start to get skeletal fluorosis. The WHO recommends fluoride in our water. The ADA, the Australian Dental Association, recommends fluoride in our water. It was mentioned by Councillor Cowley that certainly people, in particular with low incomes, have an issue with dental decay, and this is a low-cost measure, an extremely low-cost measure that says everyone can have it, whether you're low income, low education, whatever part of society you're in, you can have fluoride in your water, you can look after your teeth. I know the Royal Flying Doctor Service spends a lot of money on going out to various clinics around our further parts of the region of the West to try and help the dental health of residents that live out in these areas, and some of those may not have access to fluoride in their water. I think it's almost a debate that we shouldn't be having. We've got as Mr. CEO said, I don't want to downgrade you there, Mr. CEO, Fluoridation of Public Water Supply Act 1957, number 58, talks about the fact that we actually at the moment are in breach of that act. Now, the state government's aware of it, the state government's aware of why, but we want to fix that problem and not be in breach of that act as quickly as we possibly can. And so we want to get back to the stage, which we will be now, not too far away, where we're putting fluoride back in the water. I really don't think we're at the level that we can start to say how it's absorbed by the human body. Informed consent, I really don't think informed consent's correct here. What Councillor Toynton talked about was not informed consent, that was a survey. Informed consent is really about an individual making a choice for something that a medical professional might do to their body on a one-on-one basis or on a very small case basis. What Councillor Toynton was talking about was surveying the public. But again, the data's in. We've been fluoridating water for a long time, and all the results show that it's positive if done correctly, and that's exactly what we're trying to do at the moment. So I can't support it. I can't support the waste of time. In fact, I'm disappointed how long we've debated already here at this council meeting, because it really is something we should be focusing on, things that we are going to be able to do for our community to make our community better. The state government tells us what we're doing with this one. It's safe all around. I just can't believe we're talking about this for so long. So I certainly won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd reinforce Councillor Dickinson's comments. Look, all those issues there have been raised, have been debated, have been answered in Australia over the last 40 or 50 years. I am not a dentist, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a neurologist, neurosurgeon. I don't know a lot of the answers to that, what Councillor Butler raised, but I do have confidence in the expertise of people that help govern our country. And the people who've got expertise in this area say that fluoride in water is a good idea. It's, as Councillor Dickinson said, it's safe at appropriate levels. Why are we even debating this? I get a little bit frustrated on council. I think the CEO and some of the staff may recognise this, that we don't do more for our community. We've got a big organisation. We've got a lot of staff who are highly skilled. We should do more for our community. I think asking the CEO to get staff together to do a report on addressing those issues individually, which are just about the topic of a PhD thesis, to have a report given back to council is just, it's not a good utilisation of time. Please, can staff get on and do the things that are going to be of direct help to our community and not be bogged down by having to answer sort of superfluous questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butler, a question?
Oh, just a statement, I guess.
Oh, hang on. You've made one of those before, so you're up to a question. You can only do one statement.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, as a question then, is the good councillor aware that the judges, Judge Edwin Chen, in his recent ruling, said that it was actually below 0.7 parts per million that poses unreasonable risk. So 1.5 is actually double what he found after a 7-year long court case with the EPA, found that 0.7 was still an adverse and unreasonable risk, and we're running at 1.5.
I'll take that as a question to myself. No, I didn't know. Thank you. Councillor Cowley, a question?
This is a question. I'm not sure whether there's an answer, but what kind of resources would we be talking about in terms of human resources and financial resources to produce a report based on these questions?
The CEO.
Well, look, I haven't quantified the dollars, but I mean, certainly if you've heard from Mr. Ryan, and it'd be someone like Mr. Ryan and Mr. Godfrey here as well. So you'd have some of our higher end specialists in the water and sewer business looking at this because, should council resolve, we do, and we want to make sure it's a comprehensive report there. So I can't really quantify. It's substantial. It'll somewhat depend, as Mr. Ryan said, about the willingness of some of the agencies and expertise to collaborate with us to get this information to you. But Mr. Ryan, have you given some thought about how long's a piece of string?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. No, I haven't. I think, but that's going to be the key part in terms of timeliness, is how easily we can get that information, and it's also how readily available that information is within the other organisations as well. So, no, I do not know, but certainly, if we're looking to take longer, I'll bring that back to council. But certainly, we'll keep this as the target. But as the CEO said, it's likely to be between Mr. Godfrey and myself to compile this and get that information to answer these questions.
Thank you. Councillors, any other debate? Councillor Richardson, the last person other than myself not to make a comment. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's actually a question for Luke. So if you're unable to get the information, then you will come back and just say, I can't do this report because I'm unable to access this information. That will be the end of it?
To the CEO.
Just before I throw to Mr. Ryan, wouldn't necessarily be the end of it. As Mr. Ryan alluded to, well, there's data information out there. We'll be either seeking your concurrence to give us extended time, or we give you the information up to that point in time, and you choose whether you wish to resolve to continue it further. Mr. Ryan says he's happy with what I've committed him to.
Does that answer that? Thank you. Yep. Any further debate, councillors? Just before we go back to the mover, I'll quickly say, look, I'll support this because it's just for an information report for councillors and the wider community. Council is the water provider, so the things that come back might provide a lot of comfort to the community one way or the other. And like I said, it's just a report, not saying that we should take fluoride out, that we should fluoride up to the max or anything like that. Just be interested to see what we get for the community. Back to the mover of the motion, Councillor Toynton, for a right of reply to anything said there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just as Councillor Wright and Councillor Chowdhury pointed out with respect to item G, the motion says advise any statistics if available. So if that information is not available, it doesn't have to be included in the report. And just one other thing, I know that Council's currently constructing a fluoride dosing system to replace the one that broke several years ago at the John Gilbert Water Treatment Plant. What strikes me as ironic about that is the part that is being ordered has come from Germany, whereas Germany itself has banned the use of fluoride in its water.
Thank you, councillors. We'll move the motion as moved by Councillor Toynton. All those in favour, please raise your hand. 2, 4, 5, 6. All those against? Carried 6-4. The next motion is item CCL 25/33, Dubbo War Memorial Civic Hall. Councillor Dickinson, would you like to move your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So moved.
A seconder, Councillor Cowley. Thank you. Councillor Dickinson, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to give you a brief history of the Civic Centre. In 1947, Mayor Sarisia launched an appeal to build a Civic Centre as a memorial for those that had fallen in the Second World War. Over the next 4 years, they raised £51,000 for the War Memorial. Jumping forward a little bit, I didn't want to go year by year from 1947 for you. 1963, Mayor Ford led a delegation to inspect civic centres throughout Sydney and gain more funding from the government. And in 1967, a foundation stone was laid by Mayor Dunlop along with the Premier Robert Askin. The next year, 22nd of March 1968, an opening ceremony to open the Civic Centre Memorial Hall at a cost of $700,000, which would have been a significant sum of money in 1968, obviously. Since that time, we've now incorporated into the Dubbo Regional Theatre and Convention Centre. It still, though, is significant. And I actually had a look on the War Memorials Register. It's not there. There are many other assets, both in our LGA and across the state. And I contacted the War Memorials Register and said, would our Civic Centre still be eligible, given the fact that it's now changed its name effectively to be part of the Dubbo Regional Theatre and Convention Centre? And they went through and looked through some records for me and came back and said, yes, because of the original intention, because of the original plaques that are there, it would still be appropriate. So I think it would be good to be on that register. There are some people who may research war memorials, may be invested in some of the history we've got in our society, that will look to the War Memorials Register to see what sites are there. So the first one that seems most obvious to me is to include this one, and it's a free application. There's no cost to council apart from some of our staff time. Free application to apply to be on the War Memorials Register. All things being equal, will be accepted there, but also look around our entire LGA to see if there's anything else that we may not have actually applied for to have on that War Memorials Register. It seems like a relatively simple one, and I thank Mr Clayton and the University of Third Age for bringing this to me to highlight that we weren't actually on that register, and I look forward to seeing the report that comes back to see what else might be included. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments, councillors? Debate, Councillor Cowley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dickerson. I have a question and also a comment. Is the War Memorials Register the same as the Heritage Register? And secondly, I guess, and this is not so much an amendment or just a suggestion, but the second part of this motion, to investigate and identify other historically significant buildings, sites or structures within the LGA for the Memorials Register, I wonder if we might be part of leading the way in recognising the frontier wars as well, given that the Australian War Memorial now acknowledges and recognises the frontier wars recognises that and has flagged that they are going to extend that recognition. And I'm not sure, I imagine our local studies group, our local studies officer and our Dubbo Family History Society would be able to expand on this, and perhaps our First Nations colleagues and representatives in our communities would know better than I, of course. And I think perhaps the more well-documented and deeply documented examples of frontier wars fall outside our LGA. But I think it might be worth just perhaps keeping that in mind when we are looking for other significant sites.
Thank you. To the CEO.
I can help out with that question if you want me to do that one for you, Mr Mayor.
The CEO to Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you.
I delegate to Councillor Dickerson.
Where I found the register and the contact that I had with the New South Wales Office for Veterans Affairs and the New South Wales War Memorials Register. So slightly separate to the heritage that Councillor Cowley asked about, but that's the exact department that deals with this particular issue.
Thank you. And would there be possibly at the Wiradjuri Cultural Tourism Centre a possibility there of the Frontier Wars exhibit in perpetuity? Any other questions? Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Ivey.
Can I just ask through you, Mr Mayor, to someone, what is the advantage of doing this, of getting it registered, and are potentially there any disadvantages? I'm just thinking, I've attended the meeting during the week about the Scabbing Flat Bridge, which is on the Heritage Register, and the problems that that's creating because it's on the Heritage Register. And in fact, there is a big push now amongst the local community to have it removed. But that's a 3-year, probably a 2 or a 3-year effort. I think it's terrific that we recognise things, but one, do we really need to do it? And secondly, as I say, are potentially some disadvantages?
To the CEO.
A bit to Councillor Cowley's question, don't get your heritage listings mixed up in terms of legislative power. So even within the official heritage hierarchy, the War Memorial Civic Centre is not listed in our LEP as of local heritage significance. So it is only relating to this War Memorial aspect in that government there. So I don't see there being, we would still consider it anyway, because it has that pedigree in terms of any capital upgrades or changes we make. But I don't see there being a legislative constraint, and it is very different circumstances, Cabin Flat Bridge in that regard.
Thank you. Does that answer that one mostly? Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Dickerson?
Can I not ask a question, but answer a question now as
Yeah,
well?
go on.
In relation to Councillor Ivey, if that's okay. So it's a register that allows people to go and search for things that are related to war, and historians might want to look at things and they might come and bring groups to visit. But the other thing that's significant is that there is a Community War Memorials Fund, and the Community War Memorials Fund helps people conserve, repair, maybe protect war memorials across the state, and you've got to be on the register to then apply for those funds. Now, will we get any funds out of that? You don't know, but there's a possibility if you're on the register. There's zero possibility if you're not on the register. Yeah. But I suppose my thing is more about just recognising that, because people want to come and visit war memorials from across the state, from across the nation. The first place they go is to the register. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just have one question. If this is placed on that register, is that the exact same as heritage in the way of, if we want to paint it, do we suddenly have to get permission? Or if we want to modify the building, do we have to change anything up and get permission? Or is this purely just a register of a significant item?
Yeah, thank you. My understanding is that it's just a register. You're not under any encumbrance to maintain it like that in perpetuity, etc., etc. Is that correct? So, yeah, yes, thank you. Apparently is. Any other comment, debate? Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually happy to support Councillor Dickerson's motion for this. I think it's very important that we retain all our history and heritage in this LGA, whatever our background, wherever we came from, whether we were born here or we came here. But very important, and it is part of our history, and we need to look further, as Councillor Cowley's also said, at other areas that include a lot more heritage and a lot more history.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? I'll just say something quickly before we go back to the mover. It'll be interesting to see, apparently the plane trees in Darling Street in North Dubbo were planted after the First World War, and there was a plaque on each one for each fallen soldier who didn't come home or something like that. It'd be interesting to see if that makes it onto the register or any further information comes forward about whatever happened to those plaques. They might be at the RSL for all I know, but that could be interesting. And I have a vague recollection from when I was a kid of the plane trees around on Erskine Street that got removed years ago. Bit misty now. Councillor Dickerson as the mover in reply.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we'll put that. All those in favour? Against, I declare it carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/34, feasibility for a Renewable Highway bypass. Do I have someone to move that? Councillor Ivey and a seconder. Councillor Toynton was first, I think. Councillor Ivey, would you like to speak to that motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And look, can I start out by thanking the staff for a very comprehensive report. I think, again, Councillor Wright alluded to it. I think it's about 490 pages, and it took, well, I don't say I read every single word of it, but I did go through it pretty carefully. And again, there's a lot of good information. Look, I am happy to accept the recommendation of staff that we don't proceed with a feasibility study into the bypass, that really the Western distributor, which has been identified, would actually probably provide most of the benefits that a bypass would do. A lot of the information, and really based upon the information presented in the various reports, there is no justification for a bypass. I must admit, just as perhaps an uninformed interested person, a couple of the statistics in there I do find a bit surprising, that they say that 10% of heavy vehicles travelling through Dubbo are doing that. 10%, only 10% of vehicles travelling through Dubbo are doing that. The rest are using Dubbo as a destination. okay, if that's the figures, but I just think if you stand at the traffic lights at Willandra Street there and say, righto, only 1 in 10 of these vehicles are travelling through Dubbo. I find that very surprising. But anyway, if that's what the figure is, that's what the figure is. I do take some sort of comfort in the one of the statements in the reports are actually dealing with the River Street Bridge, where it said that council should or could seek support for a ring road from Transport for New South Wales, and the Transport for New South Wales would support council's planning to do that. But I do take and accept the fact that to do a study of that nature would be $250,000 worth, and at this stage that's not justified. Going back to perhaps the debate about the fluoride thing, I think that again we have to be careful about where we allocate staff, or the council has to be careful where it asks that staff resources be allocated. I do accept that perhaps spending that much money on a feasibility study is not warranted, but I think again I thank staff for it, because I think it was a very interesting and useful exercise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I too was very interested. I'm still trying to get over the vision of Councillor Ivey standing on the Willandra Street with his abacus. But anyway, but I also was very fascinated by that figure that 90% of traffic found to be travelling through Dubbo is coming here as a destination to workshop or for recreation, and only 10% of traffic is through traffic. And I think, just as a comment, I think that has very interesting and explorable and investigable implications for our visitor economy and for capturing those who are not staying.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to bring this one to the attention more of the public. Look, the report itself is pretty simple. It's only a few pages, but there's an appendix on there which is or an appendix, one of the appendices is the Dubbo Road Transportation Strategy to 2045. It's a fantastic document. It gives people a very clear indication of what council's plan for the future of the city is, where the city plans to grow, and how you'll get around in the future. I've directed a number of people to that report already, and they all comment as to how interesting it is to read. There's a few pages to it, but certainly take the time to read that. So it's the Dubbo Road Transportation Strategy to 2045. So a bit of bedtime reading, but it's certainly a lot of really helpful information on there if you're interested in where the city's going to grow over the next 20 to 30 years.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? I'll just say something very quickly before we go back to the mover. Very good report, a lot of information there. I think we'll probably look back in time and say Transport for New South Wales should have paid for that study and helped council to then reserve the route for a heavy vehicle bypass. Might be 20, 30 years, but I think we'll get to that point eventually where it's like, oh, why didn't people plan earlier? And that's Transport for New South Wales' fault there, because they should have been the ones paying up for this. But there's not a lot we can do to force them to do that. Unfortunately, that's their choice. And it was really about a heavy vehicle bypass to get the trucks out of Dubbo. We'll probably be looking back in 30 years' time and saying, why do we have all these trucks going through Dubbo? But it's a bit late now to route them around the outside. So anyway, it is what it is, and it's a shame that Transport won't come to the table, but they seem wedded to not doing a heavy vehicle bypass for Dubbo. Thank you. Back to the mover, Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just carry on from a couple of your comments there. I agree that to get the trucks out of Dubbo surely is a good idea, except again on those statistics of the heavy vehicle movements, they're saying only 27% are through traffic. Again, they're saying that nearly less than 3 out of 10 of the trucks that are coming into Dubbo are actually keeping going and not stopping in Dubbo. I find that I won't say I find it unbelievable. I find it quite surprising. But again, look, I think it has been a useful exercise, and I agree with the Mayor that in time, I think we'll look back and say, yep, that's the time we did it, and it's a pity we didn't do it years ago. Whether that's in 10 years' time or 30 years' time, I don't know. But perhaps in the meantime, let's just bear it in the back of our mind. So if there is an opportunity at any stage to put some pressure on Transport for New South Wales to do that study, then we take them up on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ivey. Councillors, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. The next item is item CCL 25/35, Tree Preservation Order, Proposed Framework for a Tree Preservation Order and Resourcing Impacts. Do I have someone to move a motion that they would read out? Councillor Butler, please.
I'd like to propose that council not proceed with the establishment of a tree preservation order for private trees and continue to work with the community to voluntarily identify and include targeted private trees on the significant tree register. 2, that as part of a greening strategy to improve urban tree canopy of public trees, council conduct an education campaign to promote the retention of trees in the urban landscape.
Thank you. A seconder? Councillor Cowley. Thank you. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to that?
I think it's trees are obviously a very vital part of any community. I just concerned that there might be maybe what you might call an overreach. That if council, has the ability to tell what people on private land what they can and can't do with their trees, I think that's going a bit too far. So certainly public trees, I get that. Public trees need to be managed by the public authorities, but I think in an age where we are today, where there's quite a significant amount of government overreach in many areas, we don't need any more of it. So I think just the idea of would be sufficient to be educating and this community to voluntarily identify. So if a private person wants to do it, great, good for them. But if a private person doesn't want to, they shouldn't be coerced. I certainly get very concerned when government bodies at any level coerce people to do stuff, and I think that we've seen in the recent past that that has resulted in disastrous results. So that's why I was thinking we'd best not go there. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Cowley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very torn about this because I've read it quite closely, and I think like everybody, I'm kind of pro trees, and I don't think we have enough green space. I think we're changing that. I think we need to ensure that we're planting more trees, not cutting them down. However, I agree entirely with Councillor Butler that it's an overreach. I think overreach is a very good word. At a time when we are trying to reduce the impost of costs and fees and charges and red tape on people, our residents have spoken over the years and every time this comes up for community consultation, acknowledging that the number of people who give us feedback about the tree preservation order has not been great, but the overwhelming majority of them are not in favour of a tree preservation order on private trees. We have the significant tree register, which I think is really important. We have the protection of trees in public land. I think that's enough. I'm trusting that the vast majority of our community and our residents know the importance of trees, and I'm very pleased with the inclusion that as part of our greening strategy, we improve urban tree canopy of public areas. Council conduct an education campaign to promote the retention of trees in the urban landscape, and the inclusion of that education program is really important. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you. I've got a question first before I start. Mr. Mayor, can I ask you to give an estimation if we went with number 1 or number 2, so the greater than 10 metres and the greater than 8 metres and the trunk diameter there, do we have an estimation of either the number of trees or the percentage of trees that might cater for or inflict upon people? So in other words, is it 50,000 trees or 1,000 trees, or 1% of the trees or 5%? Do we have some data around either of those two?
Those numbers were in a previous report that I can't remember, but I'm sure the CEO might be able to pass to someone who can remember.
Mr. Rance.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Through you, it's actually in the report. So the estimated number of trees covered by an 8 and 10 metre intervention height is 41,292 and 29,652 respectively. So we got that data from a consultant that did a technical overfly of Dubbo and Wellington and was able to give us pretty well detailed results.
Thank
And
you.
sorry, further,
Councillor
Mr. Mayor,
Dickerson again.
The number overall, so the 41,000 and the 29,000 in the report, I was probably more looking for, is that 1%? Is that 50% of our trees in our area?
The CEO to Mr. Arms.
I could give you that number, but I don't have it on me right now. But I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson again.
Thank you. Look, I will vote against this. We've gone through a lot of work over the last, well, certainly the last term of council, the last 3 years of the last term of council, and there was a lot of discussion about a tree preservation order, about getting it right in terms of the size, the definitions of it. And I think it's lovely to say people will be nice to trees and will protect trees until it comes to something that they want to do in their space. And then they'll say, well, I'll let my neighbours protect their trees. I won't worry about mine. We do impose already very strict conditions on what people do in their own private space. And if someone wants to build something there, they have to put a development application in. And there are very strict guidelines. So I don't think it is an overreach to say, we want you to protect those trees. We know that we've got a changing climate. We know that an increase in tree canopy, and we've got an increase we're targeting. We're going from, say, our 10% now to 20, 25% that we're targeting. We need to do that with the help of everyone, not just our public trees, but we need to do that with the help of private citizens as well. So having one of those two, I mean, I would be quite happy with number one as a softer option if we can defeat this motion. Number two, I probably would have gone with, but it doesn't seem like there's a large appetite for that. So I'd probably just aim for number one, which would have a smaller number there, 29,000, which would be a fairly small percentage of trees that would be impacted by this. More trees helps our air quality. More trees helps our canopy. More trees helps our climate regulation. More trees helps with stormwater regulation. We know we're going to get greater increases in storms. I know one time we were down here only 3 years ago, there was a storm that knocked out all of the power here. And in fact, I know some residents in Dubbo that had water flowing into their backyard and almost into their house from that particular storm. So we're getting more of these incidents. So surely more trees is a good thing. So if we can do something as a council to protect those trees, it seems to make sense to me. Trees are good for our physical health, our mental well-being, a whole range of benefits. I think council having something that is putting conditions on 29,000 trees is not unreasonable, given the fact that most of those 29,000 trees, I don't think those people are going to go and cut down tomorrow. I think most people want to protect those, but make them think about it. When they ring some sort of tree service, when they ring someone to come along and do some work, just think about what they should do and whether that complies with those regulations. I think having legislation there, or having, not legislation, we don't make legislation, having some policies in place makes people think about it a bit more. So if we defeat this, I'm just foreshadowing that I would move number one instead.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. What is in place now when a resident wants to chop down a tree? What's the current process, please?
To the CEO.
Mr. Arms.
So for private trees, councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's part of the DA process. So any TPO that we create out of a development control plan would still be separate from that process, right? So the DA process is part of the Biodiversity and Conservation Act line, which is one of the images in the report. It's the one on the far left-hand side of the report. Is a DA, and those trees would be assessed and dealt with via that process. It wouldn't trigger a TPO as we're discussing. Where it would trigger it is if the resident wanted to remove a tree that qualifies under a resolved TPO, which is not part of a development application process. Does that answer your question?
Might just finish it, and the current state is there are very few controls on private property trees, except when you get to the biodiversity associated legislation in urban areas. That typically doesn't apply.
Can I ask another question? Thank you. So if there's minimal controls in place now to sort of manage how residents do certain things with the trees. I mean, it may not be a development application. They might just want to take down a tree because it's annoying. So I do know that at times we can look at hotspots when trees have been taken down and areas have become a little bit warmer than when, there's a few trees gone, which is a concern. So it's probably a long-winded question on how do we manage that if this was to be sort of supported, is my question.
To the CEO.
And so if there was no tree preservation order, so what we would do, and you've highlighted a good example of an education program, so why vegetation can be important. It's not just about the height and large trees, but it's about that evaporative cooler effect of water moving through vegetation as well. So we've got good data. We've done some partnerships with the University of New South Wales and showed some heat in the suburbs compared to established suburbs. So and nothing like an image to help create understanding much more succinctly than a Word document or indeed a garbled conversation like I'm doing now. So that's how I'd say we'd use that type of information. So that's what you do with an education program.
Thank you. Is that Councillor Wright?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I was obviously part of the previous council that went through this consultation piece with regards to the TPO, and I know even then I was a bit torn as to which way to head. And as Councillor Cowley just said, it's a bit torn with it as well. So I'm certainly not a tree hater, and I do enjoy the shade and the tree-lined streets. I've got a couple of issues with it, and Councillor Butler did mention the overreach, and certainly I tend to agree with him in that respect. The other thing I have to do with here, and I know we get caught up in the intervention threshold of the height of the tree, but what gets me more is the diameter of the tree. We're talking about a 350 millimetre diameter measured at 1.4 metres. That's that round, and I measured it out today. It's that round. So if you've got a truck that big about that height, I've got plenty of neighbours and people that I know have got mop top trees that prune them regularly each year, and they're thicker than the 35 mil. And I've got friends who've got ornamental fruit trees that aren't 8 metres; they're probably only 5 metres high, but they've certainly got trunk diameters bigger than that 35 mil. So they wouldn't be able to prune those things under this unless they had some sort of consent from council. So that whole overreach is the issue that I have with the TPO. And the other thing I must say, I've had a lot more people message me and reach out against this than for it. And if we're listening to community concerns, then that's the way I tend to sway with this one. So certainly I'll be voting for and supporting Councillor Butler's motion there.
Thank you. I'll just get the CEO to clarify about the diameter of the tree trunks and those sort of things there.
It's not 35, it's 350 millimetres. Yes, so it's the tape measure around. 35. We'll be very busy with administration.
Is diameter across, circumference right around? I don't know. I
Circumference
battled
through.
at maths, but yeah, 34. Pretty solid tree. Councillor Cowley for a question, was it? We up
Yes, I
to?
do have a question.
Councillor Cowley again.
Has it become more of a problem that private trees are being destroyed? And how hard is it to place a tree on the significant tree register, and how does one go about that?
To the CEO, to Mr. Arms.
Our feeling is no for the first question, that there's not a major issue, we think, of private tree removal. That would, certainly the trees that we're talking about, 8 and 10 metres tall and beyond, well, they're big trees. In terms of placing trees on the significant tree register, it's something, and we do talk about in the report briefly, about being more active in that space, proactive. As part of the education campaign, I think we can be that. I'm not sure it's particularly well known and widely known that we do have a significant tree register. Getting on it is a voluntary process in a little more than an application form and an assessment by our level 5 arborists. And then we would basically work with the landholder there to help them manage that tree because of its significance. And that significance is generally the size, but also species as well, and it could have other attributes beyond that. But typically it's just a form, and we would help them manage it. But like I say, there's not a whole lot there's not many trees on the register. I think it's 37 from the report, and a small percentage of those on private property. So it's definitely something that we can be more active in doing.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley again.
Sorry, I will shut up shortly, I promise you. Is there an opportunity perhaps for some of our community groups that are working voluntarily in this space, and here's a shameless plug for the Burrendong Arboretum, which I visited the other day, and the Fern Gully there, where the benefit of moisture capture with trees is extraordinary. But is there an opportunity for community groups or for us as a council to work with community groups to be part of that education program?
To the CEO.
Yes.
Thank you. And now I'll shut up.
Any further debate, councillors? Councillor Toyton and Councillor Richardson.
So just a question. Under a tree preservation order, I think it was Mr Arms who mentioned that it's pruning it comes under a DA process. If that's the case, what are the fees for that DA to prune a tree? And would that be every 8 months? If you've got to go and prune a tree once a year, would you have to resubmit that DA, and what would the costs of that be?
To the CEO.
There may be some, I'm not aware pruning would be, there'd be an application process, not a development application. So you would have powers under relevant DCP, but I don't think for pruning. My experience, and I was looking after a tree preservation order more than 20 years ago, it's not a development application process per se for pruning. So there'd be an application, there'd be a bureaucratic process, yes, but not to that. And yes, there would be a fee. I think Mr Arms has detailed discussions around fees, both certainly previously in previous debates as well. Mr Arms, do you have anything else?
Just reflecting what you've said there, Mr CEO. So the removal of a private tree currently would be covered under a DA process. There is no restrictions from a TPO perspective, from a development control plan for private trees now.
Under a DA, sorry, can I just clarify with my director? You don't need a DA to remove a tree now. That would be under another, should council adopt something, because you don't need a DA to remove a tree. Mr Jennings? Sorry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, currently today as it stands, there is no approvals required for a private tree on a private block of land. If someone is proposing to undertake development on the land, there is an assessment process that's required to happen. I think Mr Arms referred to the Biodiversity Conservation Act. It's another layer of legislation that sits there for larger developments and the like, where assessments have to be made, but the TPO was not related to the Biodiversity Conservation Act in that regard. Also, the TPO process is under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. It's an application, it's not a development application per se. It is also subject to the same compliance structure as normal development processes under that Act. I don't have the exact number to say there what that in terms of fines, but that's something I'll take on notice. But yeah, that's probably just to help explain some of those aspects.
Does that answer that? Whoever. Councillor Toyton, did that answer that?
To an extent, I'm just where that question sort of came from was page 651, the second paragraph. The TPO will require the private property owner to apply to council seeking permission to trim, prune or remove qualifying trees. So is there a fee for establishing that permission to prune was what I was alluding to with that previous question?
CEO.
That will be a choice of council and the level of that fee, should you so choose to have a TPO. But Mr Arms, I think you've had some thinking around what a fee would be to cover the administrative charge.
Yeah. So any fees would be part of the consideration, as the CEO said. Some councils that do have TPOs have a zero fee structure. Others have up to $144 per permit, for example. I think for 1 to 3 trees we talk about in the report. So really, if it was resolved to go with the TPO, that is something that we would bring back to council in more detail, and that would be a decision for you to consider.
Councillor Toynton, did that answer anything further?
Thank you for that. Answers the question.
Thank you. Hang on, we had one over here with Councillor Wells. No, Councillor Ivey. Oh, Councillor Richardson. So many people.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy with supporting this motion. I just think we have to let people make their own decisions. We can't lead them by the hand all the time and hope that they make the right decisions in regarding cutting, pruning or removing trees on their own land. They've got to have their little castle. We can't interfere on that all the time. So this is a good motion, and I have faith that people will do the right thing and keep the trees and just cut them down when they get too close to the house or something.
Thank you. Anyone else on this side? Councillor Ivey.
I'll support the motion. I think that really to try to enforce something like that through legislation to stop people cutting down trees on private land, we're on a hiding to nothing. If people want to remove the tree and there's an impediment there, such as the tree preservation order, that tree will, I can tell you, will soon die. People are very good at making trees die, so it would not work. So I think, why do we try to enforce something that's unworkable?
Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just another question, if I may. Right now, if there was a resident that was a homeowner or just a renter, had quite a large gum tree in their backyard and it had a massive, and they just chopped it down, what would happen?
The CEO.
From a regulatory point of view, unless in the very rare circumstances where the Biodiversity Act kicked in, but typically in an urban area that won't happen, nothing. Your house will get hotter.
And that was my point, because of the heat that's increasing in our area. I worry about the constraints around constraining homeowners and residents about what they do with their trees. But there is a purpose to why we're asking this, I think, and that's about the need to have more trees, the need to have more shade and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, councillors? Before we go back to Councillor Butler to move, I'll just very quickly say that pretty much all the other big city councils in New South Wales have a tree preservation order, but for us to bring it in would really have to do a lot of work and take the community with us. And I think that everyone whinges when someone cuts down a tree, like a big tree in their community. Everyone's, oh, that tree's gone, etc., etc. But as a council, we probably couldn't just impose a tree preservation order straight on the community in its current form. And we've looked at this before, and a TPO at 8 metres or 10 metres was, I think, going to be cost neutral. At 8 metres and above was going to be a slight cost to council. So, but basically, if we want to make the city greener and increase the tree canopy cover, we have to preserve the trees that are on, like the big trees, not just your little crepe myrtles that are getting planted all around the place. I don't know what they're supposed to do, but actual canopy trees, we have to preserve them. We have to increase the canopy cover, and we really need as a council to put a lot of extra resources into street tree planting and also try and encourage people not to chop down the big trees in their backyard. So before we could impose this, we'd really have to do a lot of work in the community, because when you explain to people what a tree preservation order is, they don't seem as offended as when they think, oh, I can't even do anything, can't even mow my lawn without having to approach council and get a DA. So without doing that work, I don't think we could just impose this on us. And when half the councillors drive back into Dubbo tonight, it's interesting to have a look at where Yarrawonga Stage 1 is along the highway on the right-hand side compared to Yarrawonga Estate Stage 2. You'll see along the road there's a great little line of trees outside of Stage 1 along the highway, but that wasn't done for Stage 2. So I think as a council, we really need to impose upon developers more through DCPs and their contributions to plant a lot more trees. So There is work that we can do, and the community might be ready, if we do the work as a council, into the future for a tree preservation order on private property. But without that, we probably won't be able to increase the tree canopy cover and retain what we've got much at the moment. And it's also interesting to note that previously there was over $600,000 put in the street tree planting, and I think that's come down to not a great deal at the moment. So we've got some work to do ourselves there. Thank you. Councillor Butler, the mover in reply.
Yes, thanks again. So there was certainly a far-ranging debate. Well done, everyone. Like I said, this order isn't mean that we're speaking against trees, or we're somehow not aware of the environment, or wanting to keep the place cool. Most people make these decisions to remove a tree. Basically, I mean, I myself am a qualified tree remover, and the people that call me in is usually from a threatening tree. So the big trees have large canopies, which often have branches laying over their house. And of course, in the event of a storm, which particularly gum trees do like to shed heavy boughs, it's more of a genuine safety concern. It's not that they're against the tree. Often they love the tree, or they really would like to retain the tree, or as much of the tree as they can, but sometimes that's not possible. And so they call people like myself in to remove those trees. And often they are the ones that are 8 metres or 10 metres. They're the ones that are the most threat. So again, this is not that people are ignorant of the importance of trees, or that they dislike trees, or they somehow want to go around and chop things down and try out the new chainsaw they got for Christmas. Often it's a decision made with reluctance, but with the knowledge that should the tree remain, it is a serious threat to the even life, because often they overhang bedrooms and things like that. So just to put that out there, that this, again, it's not an anti-tree motion. It is just reality. Again, we don't want to be overreaching people. There's already enough regulation. I think the second point about education is important, and that I too have faith, like Councillor Richardson saying, that people will do the right thing in this case. I think everyone understands the importance of trees. So just encourage people to support this motion, and thank you for a robust debate.
Thank you. Councillors, I put that motion. All those in favour? Councillor Butler's motion. Against? I declare that carried 8-2. The next item is item CCL 25/36, Dubbo Regional Council Structure Review. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Chowdhury, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Wright. Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Report is pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/37, disclosure of interest returns, new council term 2024. Do I have someone to move that motion, please? Councillor Chowdhury, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Toynton, thank you. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, I'll move that. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/38, draft submission to the Office of Local Government proposed Code of Meeting Practice and Conduct Reforms. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Toynton. Councillor Richardson, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And well done to the council staff for putting the submission together here. Look, there's a number of things in there that make a bit of common sense, but just speaking from a bit of experience myself as a new councillor a number of years ago, that go back a step, highlighting the fact that the minister's looking to remove pre-meeting briefings as a part of his recommendation here that he'll look to bring in. As a new councillor a number of years ago, one of the things that I found most daunting, obviously, was sitting in a room here and making these sort of decisions and having the ability prior to the meeting to sit down and ask any questions, get some clarity, and get your head around how the meeting is going to flow. Well and truly before we're in here live, made me much more comfortable as a councillor, and a well run and well guided pre-briefing or a meeting briefing with a CEO and staff, in my opinion, never once did I feel uncomfortable with the fact that there was maybe collusion or something untoward occurring in that meeting. So look, that is a recommendation that the minister's bringing out that I can't support, and council in their submission has also gone against that recommendation as well, and they're not supporting it too. So hopefully there's a few other councils that are the same, and we'll call on the minister to maybe review that one again with a well-run briefing with a good CEO and good staff is good practice, and not necessarily leading to a behaviour that's unbecoming of council. So,
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Councillor Cowley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thoroughly endorse what Councillor Wright has said. As a new councillor, trying to do the very best job I possibly can for the people I purport to serve, those briefings make me a better councillor, and I think it makes for a far more productive meeting, I think it serves an enormous purpose. I'd be horrified to see it done away with. But the other thing is that I stood for council, I ran for council, knowing or thinking that the capacity to dial into meetings and remotely because of community work and family commitments was very important to me. I probably would not have run for council had I known that those goalposts were going to move, and I would again urge the state government not to remove that capacity for people to dial in.
Thank you. Other debate, Councillor Ivey.
Councillor Cowley's comments. I think the opportunity to join the meeting via AVL, we've proved in this chamber and this last term of council and so far in this term of council that it is possible to make a very effective contribution to the council meetings via AVL. And I think to take it away takes away the opportunity of people to contribute effectively and positively to the meeting if they couldn't do that by AVL. It just doesn't seem to make any sense to take it away. The other thing is just, again, I think the report does draw attention to the peculiarities of our council region. You know, it's a very big area from north of Dubbo to almost just north of Orange. At Eucarina, there's a distance there of about 100 kilometres or thereabouts, and to expect people that perhaps who are meeting at Eucarina to then drive back to Dubbo to attend a council meeting when they could dial in by AVL, again, it just doesn't make sense, I think. So, no, I very much support the comments that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Just very quickly before we go back to the mover, yes, there's some pretty crazy stuff in here. It's a bit like Back to the Future, and the removal of being able to join on AVL is not really in step with modern society. That we all learned in COVID that we could do all that in a regional council rather than a small inner city council. I think the demands there on councillors' time and just getting around haven't been taken into account or understood whatsoever. And there's a couple other things there that aren't necessarily overly great either. So hopefully the Minister will listen to the submissions. I know there's a flood of submissions going in to make this actually workable in the modern day. We'll go back to Councillor Richardson for a right of reply to anything there.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/39, December 2024 Quarterly Budget Review Statement. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Ivey, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Ivey, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just again to staff, thank you very much. It's a comprehensive report. There's a lot of good information in there. One thing that I would be just interested in hearing is that on page 701 we have got the summary table there of some of the budget revisions that deal with the business sectors of the council, the Dubbo Regional Airport, the livestock markets, property land development and Rainbow Cottage. And I noticed in particular that, or two things. One, that in the December budget revision, the expected deficit of the Dubbo Regional Airport has gone from $230,000 originally budgeted to $369,000, and I think that's one. It's disappointing. So that's the first point. Perhaps through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO, if we could just get some explanation of why that is. And secondly, perhaps I just note that again, Rainbow Cottage, which is a childcare centre, is expected to operate at a loss of $354,000 for the year. And I think that that's a great pity that the Dubbo Regional ratepayers subsidise the childcare centre when I don't think there's any other childcare centre in the district that gets subsidised. So I don't know that that's really a good thing that we should be encouraging or being part of. But so that's a comment about that. But if I could just go back, a question as the clarification for the Dubbo Regional Airport.
Thank you. To the CEO.
Yeah, I'll just highlight those adjustments when investigating were made in September. So we'll make those reports a bit clearer what is the December adjustment. But in September, we did adjust what was a cost recovery of $100,000 in revenue. So that was a budget item that I'll have to look into further what that budget item was for, but it may have been due to a grant, so that income was reduced. It was offset by an additional hangar income, which made that loss of revenue slightly better. But also in that quarter, we also put in a significant amount of money for additional heavy patching or cyclic maintenance on the runway. So it was a combination of a reduction of our budget income and also an increase in our asset maintenance program.
Thank you. Is that right? Any other debate or comments, questions? Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking here on page 717 under table 7, item 9036, general signage of $100,000, and then we've got zero in the September adjustment, zero in the December. Did we not resolve to move that from sign budget to urban heavy patching?
Was that the next 3 years? I'll ask the CEO.
Yeah, correct. So because we've already started and got orders in for this current financial year, that referred to future 3 years of the forward 4-year budget. So this financial year, we have expenditure. We will have expenditure there. They've been ordered. It's for the years 2, 3 and 4.
How much is left in that $100,000 that hasn't been ordered or allocated? Is that what?
Ooh, I'll have to take that on notice in terms of allocate, in terms of orders and committed as opposed to expenditure. But we're looking to expend the whole 100,000 because it wasn't removed from the budget.
Yep. Right. Councillor Toynton, does that answer that?
Yes, thank you. So that was part of my question was, would we be able to move the unspent money? But it seems it's completely allocated that it has to be spent on the general signage.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments or debate, councillors? There being none, we'll go back to Councillor Ivey for anything there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried unanimously. Questions on notice. Item CCL 25/40. Impact of Section 22C of the Bail Act 2013, New South Wales. Councillor Dickerson to move that.
Mr. Mayor, so moved.
Thank you. And a seconder somewhere, Councillor Cowley. Thank you. Councillor Dickerson, did you have a comment on that?
Just a brief comment, Mr. Mayor. I think it's important. Over the last few years, there's been a lot of public commentary directed at council to, if I can quote them, to fix the crime that's happening in Dubbo and Wellington, to fix the crime that's happening across the LGA. And one of the frustrations that we as a council have is that we don't really hold the levers that can make much of a difference to crime. We can maybe do a few little things around the fringes, but really it's up to mainly the state government to pull the levers to make a change. And I thought it was significant that last year, on the 3rd of April, the state government did in fact pull a lever, and they introduced Section 22C of the Bail Act, which made a change to the bail conditions for 14 to 17-year-olds. A lot of people talk about youth crime. And I know we had a presentation on the 4th of February this year from Boxar, a fantastic presentation that talked about a whole range of things, but also talked about the changes as a result of the change there on the 3rd of April. Across the state, by December last year, there was a 32% increase in the number of those people in that cohort held in our correctional centres. Now, it may not be the best solution to hold people in correctional centres. That may not be the best long-term solution, but at the moment, people were seeing crimes, seeing incidents that were occurring that made them feel somewhat unsafe. So the state government had to make a change, and that change occurred. In this report, it talked about the changes that we saw in our LGA, and they weren't as dramatic as that 32% we saw across the state, but certainly changes were happening there as well. And I suppose the important part of this was to really represent or show the state government can make changes, the state government had made changes, that's resulted in some changes to the crime outcomes, and I welcome the state government to keep making those changes. And for people in the community that want to see change, I suppose I'd suggest them that they direct their voice to the state government where those changes can take effect. We'll do whatever we can, but unfortunately what we can do is minimal. So it's good to see that data coming through, and I do thank the representatives from Boxar for both that presentation and for the data they gave us for this report.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have to vote on that? Vote on that one, or is it just a note? Just to note, so that's been noted. Thank you. Item CCL 25/41, comments and matters of urgency. We'll start with Councillor Wells first up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have a couple of things I wanted to sort of share. So the first thing I wanted to talk about, and everybody knows, everybody's been talking about this, and that's the weekend just past. We had the New South Wales Junior State Cup tournament here, and just to reiterate, there was over 209 teams. There was over 10,000 people coming to Dubbo, and potentially over $9 million injected into our LGA and other little regions outside the area. As an avid lover of touch footy, I went down and watched as much as I could, and the talent down there of our junior people across just our areas. Just wanted to give a shout out to the Dubbo Touch Association because they had a number of teams in the competition, and all of those teams for the very first time in such a competition made it to the finals. And it's so cute watching little 10-year-olds out there doing such structured play. Glad I wasn't around at that time because I wouldn't have been able to play like that. Right up to the under-18s, girls and boys, and the way that they structure and the speed, and it's just really delightful to watch. But also what Dubbo Touch Association has done for our junior touch players, because touch is not just competitive, it's fun and social as well. And so it's got over 1,000 junior players now, and there's a few people in this room that have played touch, and so I just wanted to give it a shout out. It was an excellent competition. That said, I've got a few things that people have said to me in the last couple of days saying, oh, could you think about doing this? So there was this huge call out to think about the way that we do transport, and one of those call outs was there could be a bus that goes around particular sites in Dubbo every day and then drops teams or people at the competition, which would reduce some of the traffic congestion. And that could happen a number of times a day. So that's something to consider. We know we've got it in 2026, and then we have to rebid again for the next 3 years. Another thing that I had people come to me about were the expensive motel costs. And is there a way that council, I know it's out of our remit, is there a way that council could have some communications and collaboration with the hoteliers and that around the area, because they became very expensive for families to come to Dubbo to stay. And there was lots of comments around how expensive that was for them. And we some of the things coming back to us was it could be algorithms, and that the technical side of it sees that there's a lot of bookings and then it pushes up the costs. I don't know. I'm not in that field, but I certainly know that cost of living at the moment is really hard for families. So it is 3 days away. It's quite costly. Particularly if they get into the finals, they're going to stay longer. So, hopefully we can, as a council, have some sort of negotiations or discussions with the hotels around here. And the third thing that I wanted to raise was myself being down there and walking around with family and watching the games. We would pretty much walk as fast as we could to get to a tree because it was cooler, felt like 10 degrees under that tree when you go into the next field. And we would gather, we just wait, get a little bit cooler and then go. It's just a clear example that a lot of the people were hogging all of and so they should, all of the shaded areas. And it was really very clear to say we need to plant more trees, in various areas around Dubbo. And, obviously our tree canopy needs to get better than what it is now. The final thing I wanted to touch on was in terms of the touch thing, so I've got a couple of things, so I'm going to take up a bit of time, this year we had, the very first time we had a water slide and another, just a couple of blow-up slides, which were great. Kids loved them. It was $10 for 10 minutes. I thought, it's a bit steep for a family that might rock up with 3 kids, and then you got to drag them off the thing after 10 minutes. Or it was $50 for 24 hours. So that sort of was very uncomparable. I don't know whether Dubbo Regional Council can think about how we do that. I mean, the kids enjoyed themselves on those events. I'm sure they would have because it would have cooled them down. But I just think that $10 for 10 minutes was a bit exy. So have a think about that. The other thing I wanted to mention was that yesterday, Council led some consultation up at Waterway Gardens around the very soon to occur engagement and consultations around the Waterway Aboriginal Tourism Centre. I'm really excited to see this coming to fruition. They did say that it was going to be about 10 months before of lots of consultations before we go to Turnerside, which would be probably this time next year. And that consultation will determine the internal design and, I'm not the one that can speak to it mostly, probably Director Craig Arms would be able to sort of share more of that, but it's just exciting to see what we can share as Dubbo Regional Council. This centre is going to put us on the map for great cultural preservation and cultural sharing, because there are some around. There's one at Condobolin, there's one out at Brewarrina and a couple of others, but we are going to be on the map for that. So I just wanted to give Dubbo Regional Council a shout out because, yay, we're getting there and we're only going to turn the sod once. They're going to do, right? And then the last thing I wanted to mention was the Assistant Minister, Kate, and Waits, I think it is her name. So she's the Minister for Women, Minister for Social Services and Minister for Ageing, was in Dubbo today announcing some funding that's been granted to an organisation, but also almost $3 million is granted to some local ACCOs. And ACCO is an Aboriginal community controlled organisation, and they all went through a very lengthy application process to apply for funds to address reducing the number of Aboriginal kids in care and to also address the excessive domestic and family violence statistics for this area. So those 2 targets under Closing the Gap will be with that announcement today. It's an 18 months programs that 5 different organisations will be able to deliver different programs across this community. And one will hope that in 12 months' time, we'll see a huge decline in the number of kids in care, Aboriginal kids in care, and maybe the statistics around domestic family violence. This is probably the most I've ever spoken at Council, so thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on 5 minutes. Councillor Wright.
Gee, I was waiting for the bell to ring. Well done, Councillor Wells. Look, I'm only going to tell a really brief story, actually, and it pretty much sums up the weekend that was, and I'll touch, pardon the pun, I'll touch on something, a conversation I had with a guy late on Sunday afternoon, well and truly after the presentations, and 95% of people had gone, and obviously all the touch guys are there, and they'd done a lot of cleaning up, and I was on a push bike heading home, and there was a guy with his 16-odd-year-old son, had his Manly gear on, he'd obviously won that afternoon, so I had a bit of banter with him, and he said, "Oh, you're local?" And I said, "Yeah, I actually am, I'm from Dubbo," and he said, "Gee, you must be proud." And that pretty much just summed it up. So so well done to everyone involved in that. And I know Pam's already touched on it. So incredible weekend for the city, and certainly everyone in the city should be very, very proud of the way it was presented. Well done.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you. I've got to talk about touch as well. I just wanted to say, and I did send an email through to Mr. Arms, but just that whole area there looked magnificent. And I heard the comment again, who did you get to do your fields? Gee, they look fantastic. And the person that spoke to me, I was a bit shocked, but I said, we've actually got some staff that are pretty good at what they do. And they were a bit flabbergasted. They looked around and went, wow, they did all of this. I went, well, they do it 365 days of the year, and this is what we get as a result. So they were a bit amazed that our locals, that people in regional areas could actually do such a wonderful job. So congratulations, Mr. Arms, and all your outdoor staff, because it did look absolutely magnificent. And again, people appreciated that, so that was fantastic. I'm interested in Councillor Wells' comment about the motels. I think good luck to the motels. When you've got an event on like that and you've got everywhere absolutely booked solid, I don't think they're relying on algorithms. I think already if you rang up now and wanted to book a motel for the dates next year, the price would already be high. And I think that's market forces. If you go to Tamworth during Country Music Week, you'll pay a lot for a motel. You come to Dubbo during touch footy, then I'm happy to take the money off people like Councillor Wright spoke to. If someone from Manly, I'm happy to take their wallet and put it into someone in Dubbo's back pocket. That's a good thing as far as I'm concerned. Those visitors, we want to take their money. It's a great opportunity for those motels. One time of the year to be packed out, then let's take their money while they're here, and good luck to those motels that can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley.
I'm not going to talk about touch. I'm going to tell you that, ashamedly, earlier this month, I took part in my very first park run, or more precisely, park walk. A friend of mine and I'm blaming the fact that we had a pram with a baby in it, for the fact that from the 410 competitors, we came in about 405th and 6th. But what a remarkable event this is for our city. Every week, with a few exceptions, 400 people of all different shapes and sizes and ages and demographics and types, and their dogs, very well behaved, and prams and people all coming together, all volunteer run. And I'm astonished at how, what a great thing it is for our city. So there's a shout out there. But I also wanted to give a shout out to quite a remarkable young woman by the name of Sarah Wheeler. And if you've been following, if you are on social media of any kind, you'll probably have seen her quest. She's a 27-year-old who, although she's from the state's northwest, has very deep family roots that stretch way down deep into Dubbo and our surrounding Western Plains soil in the Wheeler and Nugent families. On Saturday, Sarah rode her trusty steeds Sally and Shifty into her small hometown of Rowena up in the north, completing a 5,500 kilometre, 9-month solo ride around outback New South Wales and Queensland in memory of her parents, Gavin and Terry, and in support of two very deeply personal causes to her and her family, and by extension to very many people who supported her. In her saddlebags, she had a figurative $500,000 that she had raised for research into upper gastrointestinal cancers, a form of which claimed her mum's life, and to support rural families struggling with grief and loss. Because Sarah's dad, Gavin, whom I knew in our youth, died in 2010 from heart disease when she was just 12, and her mum died a couple of years ago. Now, I don't know Sarah personally, although I know and have known many of her family members, but I am so deeply moved and awestruck by the efforts and selflessness of this remarkable young woman. I was also pretty chuffed that my old election posters were used to wave her into Rowena. And I must say that's a great upcycling, and it's probably the best use of my face, certainly my best side. But nevertheless, we hear so much about the self-centeredness of the younger generations and how volunteering is dying a slow death in our society. But you only have to look at Sarah and the ride and the commitment of this young woman to know that, if you'll pardon the pun, that's just a load of horse manure. Governments at all levels spend untold millions of dollars trying to build up resilience in our young people. And I think Sarah and so many other remarkable young women and men who are walking amongst us and living in our communities, they don't just walk the walk or ride the ride. They talk the talk, they walk the walk, they're putting their money where their mouth is, they're giving their time. And I think in the social, corporate and professional sectors, these young people and people like Sarah could teach them and us a fair bit. So maybe if we all clear the pathways, we might find some young people like Sarah, and I'm looking forward to being on the youth committee. If we clear the pathways and get out of the way, maybe we'll see some of these young people sitting in this chamber alongside us. If you want to have a look at Sarah's quest, you can still support it. Check out Beneath the Brim. She's a remarkable young woman, and I'm really proud to know her family.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Toyton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that when I first sort of started on council, a glutton for punishment, as I was called at the time, I put up a post on Facebook saying, you know, what community issues would you like to see resolved? Well, that got over 260 responses. After tonight, I think it's great to see that a lot of the things that we've resolved tonight have made a huge dent in that list. So hopefully try and get it down further. So just job well done to everybody. I was at the touch footy opening. I know everyone's already spoken about touch, but I was there at the opening for that. The mayor couldn't be there. But the general consensus was what everyone was saying is, who does the lawns? Because this is absolutely perfect. So a humongous shout out to our staff and say, whatever you're doing with the lawns there, keep it up, because that is just impeccable and just flawless to showcase our region and what can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to thank everybody, and that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. Councillor Butler.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ivey.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd just like to use this opportunity to recognise the passing of a Wellington stalwart. Dr. Mike Orgy died last Thursday. He was an institution in Wellington. He was born in, he was 85 when he died. Most people will remember he actually stood as a head Greens candidate at the last election at the age of 84. He was born in Portland, Oregon, came to Australia as a 25-year-old, attended Monash University where he graduated, took Australian citizenship, and worked in various professional capacities over his working life. I think one of the things that he did, he was actually the supervisor for Tim Flannery when Tim Flannery did his PhD. And so he was a well-recognised person in life sciences, particularly in mammals. He came to Wellington in 2020 on his retirement. And of course, like a lot of people, when he retired, then he got very, very busy. But he was 7 or 8 years deputy mayor at Wellington Shire Council. He was the Wellington Citizen of the Year in 2024, well deserved. And can I just quickly, I just noted down some of the involvement that he has had with community organisations. He was on the Burrendong Arboretum Trust, the Wellington Heritage Committee, the Mount Arthur Trust, the Caves Advisory Committee. He was a volunteer on Bingjang Radio. He was president, secretary, treasurer at various times of the Wellington Museum and Historical Society, an active member of Lions Club, the Ponto Falls Committee, and they're just the ones that I could remember very quickly. He was he didn't suffer fools lightly. He did make some enemies no, not even enemies. He upset people at times, but everyone recognised the contribution that he made as a relative newcomer to our town of Wellington. And I would like to record my personal thanks, but also, if I could, just on behalf of the council, the recognition of what Dr. Mike Orgy did to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it's like a memorial service, an event for Mike Orgy and James told me will be held on the 6th or 7th of March, yet to be determined, at the old Caves kiosk. So as soon as that's sorted out, we'll let everyone know. The touch football, heaps of local kids got to play touch who weren't in the actual Dubbo rep team. I didn't even know this was a thing because you could put your name down and fill in for another team. So my niece and nephew filled in for Carlingford and got a run in the under-10s and the under-14s, and they loved it. They had a great time. And young Locke was player's player in the under-10s for Carlingford, so Carlingford Tornadoes or whatever they were. And it was interesting to see the ground staff out there mowing straight after the end of each day. It was a bit like Augusta National, where the Masters is, with a fleet of mowers out there. So they did a fantastic job. The last week I spent 3 days in Sydney at State Parliament with the Sports Hub delegation, Council's Sports Hub. I went around and door knocked pretty much every MP's office on the Tuesday and handed out heaps and heaps of flyers. Councillor Cowley called in for a quick little tour on her way down to Sydney, so thanks for the help there. And lots of great conversations with MPs of all sides of the political spectrum, and pretty much nobody could believe that that money was taken off Dubbo and the youth of the region. And it was a very successful delegation on the Wednesday. We probably had 15 people call in, MPs, and there was other meetings upstairs in ministers' offices. They didn't want to come down to the side show that was the Dubbo Council delegation in the McKell room. Thanks to the Shooters Party for booking the room for us, so ratepayers didn't have to pay. And like I said, pretty much everyone was just, what on earth is going on? How could you not get that money? It's very interesting here. There was a question asked in budget estimates today of the Minister, Tara Moriarty, who removed the money. There was a report from, this was Public Works and Department of Regional signed off on. And the recommendation, this is after the CSU overrun on the budget at the CSU site for the PCYC and Sports Hub, says no tender to be accepted. This is the recommendation 1. No tender to be accepted for the contract for the PCYC Sports Hub. Insufficient funds are available for the project to proceed in its current form. Okay, we all know that. Next bit is very interesting. The client should review their operational requirements for a viable facility, revisit the project scope, and consider all available options, including alternate sites, to progress the project, of which the PCYC then did. This was signed on the 30th of October by the DepSec of Department of Regional. They did that. They found another site, only to have that money taken away cruelly on the 18th of December. So it's like, how on earth could they be told to do that by that minister's own department? The PCYC go and find an alternate site and then have the money taken away anyway. Absolutely outrageous, and there'll be plenty more to be heard of that little point there, I'm sure. That concludes the comments and matters of urgency section. We now move on to confidential items. Under Section 10A of the Local Government Act, the next items being CCL 25/42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47 and 48 have been identified as likely to be discussed in a closed session of Council. Can I now have someone move us into confidential session to deal with the confidential items, please? Moved Councillor Cowley, seconded Councillor Wright. We have no applications from members of the public to make their representations regarding whether the meeting should be closed to the public. Do any members of the public in the public gallery have any comments to make regarding the proposal to hear the items in a closed session of Council under Section 10A(4) of the Act? Arguments for or against? No. I now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All those against? Carried unanimously. I declare the motion carried, and we will move into closed session, the time being at 8:57 p.m. Hang on. The streaming will now be turned off, and any members of the public will be asked to leave the chamber. The chamber will be reopened and the live stream restarted after deliberations on this matter with the resolution to be made public. Please stop the web streaming. Please start the web streaming. The council returned to open session at 9:52 p.m. Welcome back. I now ask the Governance Officer to play the resolutions from the confidential session. There are no further items for consideration of the ordinary council meeting, and I declare the meeting closed, the time being 9:54 p.m. Web streaming has now been completed. Thank you for your attendance. Please stop.